I have taught you the level 16. More or less, a number of you yesterday you practiced. I hope on the first day you practice, you achieve some of the result to prepare for your body so you can transform into energy to travel out to space. That is my wish, that you are able to be successful so that in the following levels you have more chance to learn, to help yourself and other people. However, in this level 16, this is the first time that you are able to practice, and in the following levels, the technique to practice, there's no change. There are maybe changes in the technique of healing, in the techniques of merging, but the technique to practice, traveling out to space, there's no change. However, you need to practice because of the benefits for yourself and your family members, for those who are sick, especially when they are your loved one. In the past, when you learn, you treat your body. However, when you go to the higher level, you are able to treat the soul and the body. Besides that, you have the ability to merge individually or collectively to meet the demand, to help all these people who come to you. That is starting from the level 16. I hope you try to practice more or less, you try to practice because this is for your own benefit. However, in the class, as I am your master, I want to remind all of you, for those of you who are so busy and you practice less, it's up to you. But the more you practice, the more you are used to the flow of the energy, then you have more ability to protect yourself and to help other people. For that reason, I remind you to practice, especially for those of you who are severely sick, including for those of you with the problem of handicaps. You may have the problem, you are able to practice through your energy transfer, you are able to contribute to help. Particularly, yesterday, as I mentioned, you had mentioned, for those loved ones due to the fact that they are handicapped. In fact, from a medical perspective, for the case of handicap, it is incurable. But in the teaching of UE, slowly we are able to solve some of the cases that they are incurable, but now we are able to help them. These are some of the results due to your practice, due to your learning, so you can meet the demands to help all of these people. When you have the health, then you have everything. Besides your health, you are able to protect the humans. You can also apply in many other aspects of life, not only in the healing alone, and that's all. That is not it. The teaching of UE will have many levels, and in the higher levels, you have more ability, and you are able to contribute in many aspects of life, not only in the case of medicine. That is how I want to share with you a few words before I let you ask the question, so I can answer with you, so you can learn. Yesterday, last night, a number of you who practice, if you need me to clarify and answer and share my experience, so you have a chance to learn further and practice further to be able to achieve. However, for those of you who have some problem with your practice, you can stand up and ask the question so that I can clarify and give you the answer so you can learn further. So yesterday, in Germany, you had asked, now you have one more question, the second question in Germany. And then we continue on with other countries. So now in Germany, the second question in Germany.
Dear Master Tang, in the lower levels, you told us that you will, in the higher levels, tell something more about Chakra 1. Will you now speak about chakra 1. Second question. I received a call that a very young woman, age of 21 years, disappeared without, and nobody knows where she is. Nobody, no police could find out where she is. Is there any possibility to do anything for this woman, to find this woman? Thank you very much.
Now let me answer for you. In the lower levels, from level 5 to down, I have taught you about the chakra system. However, when you come to level 6, I do not teach you about the chakras anymore. Why? Because when you have the energy, you can transfer energy totally for the whole body. So for that reason, I do not teach you further about the chakra system. However, you need to understand the function of the chakra from chakra 2 to chakra 7, including the chakra 1, so that in the future, when you go to the higher levels, when you have the opportunity to teach other students, the new students who come to learn Yi. Because when you were in the lower levels, I use the chakra system because it is has some effect to our physical body, and as we know how to use universal energy, that we are able to merge to the whole body, and all of the chakras are related to the organs inside the body. In the level 7 special, as I have taught you, how you can use the combined frequencies to send through the chakra system to heal all of the related organs. Whether these organs are sick or not, you are able to apply whether it is for healing or preventive method. In the books for the past 6,000 years, many of these masters, mostly they came from Southeast Asia or from Asia, as they had confirmed chakra 1 has a powerful energy, so that you can gain this ability or that ability. But from my understanding, if the chakra 1, if you are able to activate it successfully, you will die. Because why? That energy, powerful energy, is released. Let's say your body can endure 50 degrees Celsius maximum, but the temperature can go up to 60 or 70 Celsius. Then it may cause total nervous breakdown, or you will have a total mental breakdown. For these yogi masters, or in the teaching of Yi, when you are practicing, if you try to abuse to activate the chakra 1 with that powerful energy, that might drive your soul out of the body, and with that vacant body, another soul will enter you. And in that terminology, we talk about the case of possession. In the teaching of Yi, for those who practice, in the case of possession, we can help in such a shortest time so they can recover. Therefore, the teaching of Yi, as I have taught since 1989 until now, for the past 18 years, I always never talk about the chakra 1. As we can transform into universal energy in this level 16, we do not need the chakra 1 anymore. And our body, if the body cannot endure it, if you wish to open the chakra 1, but this ability is 100 or 1,000 times more than that chakra 1. You can open the chakra 1, but your body cannot travel out to space. Listen carefully. That's why there's no master, yogi master on earth to meditate to open the chakras. That is what they claim, including all of these high monks who sit and meditate for 60 years. Perhaps this one monk is well known all over the world. And this monk perhaps may have hundreds of millions of followers, and he meditated for 60 years. and he could not even open any chakras, not even one. That is the present time. I myself, I opened the chakra 100%, opened 6 chakras for these yogi masters. That is at this time in the 20th century, and then to the 21st century, about 50,000 years ago, the master in Egypt, they are also highly advanced. But each of them, to open the chakra, they have to go through certain ritual in their life. It might take them 3 or 4 lifetimes to be able to open all 6 chakras 100%. It's not like you or all of us right now. You come to learn in the shortest time. You have all chakras open 100%. Why? Because through your journey, your soul, you have the mission that God had given to this body, so that you have the opportunity to open the chakras easily, so you can learn to the higher levels. Until now today in level 16, as I have guided you, you can practice to transform this heavy body to become just like the air, following your soul to travel out to space to learn. That in the human world, for the past 200,000 years until now, no one can do it. That is how I explain for you, so you can listen carefully, and you do not have to worry or doubt that you need to open the chakra 100%, because this ability that you have now is even higher and better, and there is no damage to your physical body because of that powerful energy is released. I do not need to give you all the powerful energy, but I teach you that energy combining with universal energy, it is sufficient to transform your body into energy to travel out to space, so that you have the ability to contribute to help mankind. This is something you learn. The other one is just like the ability, just like a black magic, so that you can show off to the people, but it is not beneficial, not just for yourself. And the books that mention that you open the chakra 100%, according to my understanding, none of them can do it. I know, because I have learned through. So now, I just solve for you and explain for you about the topic of the chakra 1. The important part, I want to remind you how you, in this level, you practice to help your body to transform into energy. That in the future, you have many more environment to learn, to progress, and many more opportunity to contribute to help in many aspects of life on earth, as we are living in this 3-dimensional world. That is on the first part of your question that I answer. Now on the next part. Now I advise for you. Now you are learning up to level 18. You take the photograph of the missing person, you practice. And after you practice first, meaning practicing your body to transform into energy to travel to space. When you complete your practice, whether you are able to transform into energy or not, after you practice, after 5-10 minutes, or the time long or short, depending on your practice. After you finish with your practice, you pray to my soul to merge with you 3 times. That I will teach you more in the level 18. I'll show you more on that. And then you transfer energy directly to the photograph of the chakra 6 of the person in the photograph, the missing person, to see if the energy to the chakra 6, whether the energy you feel hot or cold. If that you feel cold, then the person died. If you feel hot, then the person is still missing. That is how I can help you. In the past, you transfer energy yourself, but now with my soul merging with your soul, so you can transfer energy to the soul of that person through that photograph, to determine whether if that person is dead, then your chakra 6 you feel cold, but if your chakra 6 you still feel warm, then the person is still alive. However, through this question, I will make a note on this. On the level 18, I'll teach you furthermore about this technique. Now go on to the next country. Now see Holland.
Push. Wel. Okay.
They careful with my ears.
Okay. Lief. Laat me los.
Dear Master, greetings from Holland. Hello, Fu. And
Dag meester, groeten van Nederland. Dag Voel.
hello, Ralph from Germany.
Dag Ralf van Duitsland.
Master, I have a question.
Meester, ik heb een vraag. Beetje luider.
I've been staying in Indonesia now for the last 4 years.
Ik ben de laatste 4 jaar in Indonesië geweest.
I've been working on projects there.
Ik heb daar met projecten gewerkt.
During these years,
Tijdens die jaren daar.
I can feel emotions from other people. I actually absorb them.
Van mensen kunnen voelen, ik absorbeer het als het ware.
Then there was a time that I really almost lost my mind because of this.
Op een bepaald ogenblik had ik als het ware gevoeld dat ik mijn verstand aan het verliezen was.
Because of this, it's called the emotional tsunami, as you said.
Het was een soort emotionele...
Tsunami.
Een emotionele tsunami noemen ze het. Een soort vloedgolf die over de heen kwam.
What can I do about this, Master? Did I do something wrong?
Wat kan ik daaraan doen, meester?
What happened actually?
Wat gebeurde er precies?
And also, my next question is,
Volgende vraag.
I've been working on a project in Indonesia in the last 4 years.
Aan een project in Indonesië de laatste 4 jaar.
This is land development, social development.
Een ontwikkeling voor het land en ook voor de maatschappelijke ontwikkeling.
And actually everything has been going fluently so far.
Alles gaat daar heel erg vlotjes tot nu toe.
And now I'm still waiting for the approval of one more person.
Nu wacht ik nog op toestemming van 1 persoon.
And he doesn't want to give me this approval yet.
Hij wil me dit nog niet geven.
I've been waiting a long time for this person to change his mind actually.
Ik wacht al heel lang tot die persoon van mening verandert.
What can I do about this,
Wat kan ik
Master?
doen, meester?
Is this because there's something still I need to learn?
Moet ik nog iets leren eerst voordat ik toestemming krijg?
Yes. Or I should find other ways actually to pursue my vision and dream for this project without this approval.
Of moet ik een andere weg uitslaan om de verwezenlijking van dit project kaart te spelen?
Can you help me please, Master?
Kunt u me alsjeblieft helpen, meester?
Thank you.
Dank u wel.
Through the presentation of this student, that about 8 or 10 years ago, when I came to Holland, at that time she was very young, and many years later I have seen that you have changed. And now I'm very glad that you returned back to Holland to come to learn this level 16, 18, up to 18. Now slowly, I answer for all of you in this class the main question from this student from Holland. As you know, when you are working anywhere, how come you have many of these emotionals? Because you are not aware of it. That emotion, it is not from your mind or your body that generate it. But in fact, this emotion, it is from the external environment, from the energy outside that merge with your soul. That your soul cause your body to have this emotional interaction. I want to explain for you further about the energy in the field of science and also in the case of the wandering souls around. When you come to a region, as you are doing certain projects, or you come to visit an area, when you come there are many wandering souls, including your family members, the soul of those who are greeting you. Because now you come there, you have the ability, you are able to help all of this soul to evolve. So I explain for you in both aspects. That's why you can sense their presence. How come you can sense an energy and suddenly you may feel happy, or suddenly you feel sad, or sometimes you feel very enthusiastic to work, or sometimes you feel very discouraged, or sometimes you feel distressed. All of this changes because of the energy around combining with your soul. Your body doesn't know it, but your soul is aware of it. As your soul have the mission that God had given to you, send you down here in this physical body to help your body with that sensation in all of these situations. Through this question, I want to share with you, I have taught you, after I open the chakra 100% for you, you can sense from chakra 3 down, those are the wandering souls, so you can pray to help them to evolve. Or you can sense the chakra, the soul from chakra 3 up to chakra 5, those are the souls who are around to protect you and help you. All of these situations, you can measure by the energy after I open chakra 100% for you. Therefore, this is one of the good signs, one of the ways that you can sense when I explain for you like that you may feel happy, because it is a way you are able to learn at the higher level in EV. You have the special ability to help all of these souls to be able to evolve. Those are the lower soul, or also the good soul from the chakra 3 up to chakra 5. They are very happy. That causes you to have these emotions. And with that, they help you to have the sensation through the question that this student had explained. So I give you a general answer for all of you. This is very important on the second part of your question. It is not just for this student, but for all of you, more or less, as you are going to be in the level 18. Now you are in level 16. I explained for you, and I hope in the level 18, I will have a chance to explain further for you. Let's say all of the contract or agreement, for example, this is a contract agreement in your work, in your project, and you are waiting for the approval, for example. I can help you with this so easily. After you complete the level 18, you practice to travel out to space. You pray to merge with my soul. I will show you the technique how you can merge with my soul. Afterwards, you transfer energy to this document, to your contract agreement that you're going to sign. Over there, they will sign the agreement with you. It is not that only for the business agreement, in all of the projects that you will do in the future. Let's say when you have a business contract with 6 proposals, and in that contract we have 6 proposals, and you will know whoever can give the approval, and then you merge with that person, and that person will help you. And you transfer energy into this contract agreement, then they will approve your proposal. In the future, when you go to the higher level, you can merge into the project so they can read. So instead of transfer energy, you merge into them and they read the project proposal, and you would have the agreement, and they will approve for your proposal. In a higher level, you can do this. At this level, as the student had mentioned, with this contract agreement, after you graduate to level 18, I'll show you the technique, the way you can practice to merge with me. Then you can transfer energy to your contract agreement that you've been waiting for a long time. Then they would sign and approve, so to help you. This is something you can do. I have shown this in many special cases that they are able to do it. And in the case of normal case of business contract agreement, it's not so difficult. So you can rest assured, all of you, as this student, I haven't seen you for a long time, but I also congratulate you that after this class you are able to achieve more result in order to help your family, to help your communities. Now go on. Next question. Next question in Holland.
Ja, is goed. Ja, ik heb hem gevonden.
Of anders houd ik hem wel vast.
Ja.
Het is wel. Okay, next question from Holland.
Goedemorgen.
Good morning, Master.
Ik ben blij dat ik weer hier
I am happy that I'm being here
en ik
again.
heb 2 kwesties.
I have two questions.
Wat is het verschil tussen het
What is the difference between transforming into energy
en uittreden van je lichaam?
and leaving your body?
En tweede vraag,
The second question is,
Als er iemand last heeft van
When
spontane uitingen,
somebody has problems with spontaneous astral voyages, yes,
hoe kun je die helpen?
how can we help those persons? So leaving the body, that I mean that when your soul is leaving your body spontaneously, how can we help those persons? That's clear? Okay. That was the question.
Through these two questions, let me share with you my experience. There are a number of the yogi masters who sit to meditate. They close their eyes to meditate and they pray. The soul leaves the body. But as you know, the soul leaves the body. Where does it go? It only travels within this earth, nowhere else. They cannot go out to space, because they go out to space, they will be captured and lost. No matter how good, high this yogi master can train, but they cannot go out to space, because the frequency out in space is so powerful, very high. If they are not careful, when they travel out to space, the soul will be lost, and the body will be vacant, and another will enter the body. It will be a case of possession. So this yogi master all over the world, for the past 6,000 years until now, before they close their eyes to meditate, you know what they do? They pray to God or the deities to protect the body. If they don't pray, if they just close their eyes alone and meditate, and the soul leaves the body, another soul will enter the body, they will be possessed. So these two are very different. The body is still intact, but the soul left the body. When you are in level 16 in UE, your soul travel together with your body. What is that for? So you are able to merge with the dead or the living. Eventually, your body and your soul will go to a place to help. And that is the case of a disaster area. That is the reason in the level 16, I teach you and guide you so that you can practice the body to transform into energy, to travel out to space together with your soul, so that you are able to continue to help this earth. And in the future, as yesterday you asked, eventually when you go to high levels, your soul has more ability. So your body, when your body is not used anymore, your soul can use another body. That you have the ability to help that body and soul to return to the deities, and then you can borrow that body to continue on your own journey to contribute to help this human world. That is the reason, the difference between the two. Just like yesterday I mentioned to you, in human history, through 1,000 years until now, nobody can do this. For the past 2 years, I have taught you, a number of you have achieved it, and you continue to achieve it. The purpose that we can achieve it is to contribute to help your family, your community, your country. I don't have this ability, but the deities allowed me to teach you. The deities allowed me to have the ability, and with my ability I merge with you, so that you can do it, I can do it, we all can do it, so that you and me, all of us together, will hold hands to help the whole world during this time from the 21st century until the future. That is how I clearly explain for you about the soul, the body, about the transformation into energy. That I had given you my opinion for you, so you are able to learn and progress. Now, that is a very important point. As you can see, the teaching of Iwi, as I have the ability to help you to learn from level 1 to level 3, to have the chakra open 100% until now, the level 15. If you wish to meditate, I advise for you to meditate for a maximum of 30 minutes. When you meditate, do not close your eyes, because when you learn to close your eyes, then you meditate, then your body, your soul will leave the body, and nobody protect your body, or the soul will merge and possess your body, and that would cause a problem to you. In similar situation, as you ask, you can try to transfer energy to help these people You receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to the whole body 9 times. Each day you transfer energy like that, at least 10 days or more. Then the soul of that body would never leave the body. That is how you are able to control, so the body, the soul doesn't leave the body, like in the case of spontaneous astral projection. Just like for us, we have a lock, an electronic lock, so that the soul will never leave the body. They will stay inside the body. If you wish to help, that is a technique I show you. Now go on, next country in Iran.
در مورد مسئله خلق کردن که ما میتونیم خلق کنیم صحبت بکنیم. و سوال دوم، وقتی روحمان در هر لول عوض می شود پس چرا خصوصیات رفتاری جسمی ما باقی مونده و تغییر نمی کنه؟ خیلی ممنون.
فاطمه آشتیانی. Question number 1. Dear Master, what's the notion of creating? And the second question, when at each level our soul changes, why are physical and behavior characters still remains? Thank you.
Yes? Please never switch your microphone off because we get a white noise, very loud.
Very loud? Okay.
Yeah,
So question.
Keep your microphone on, you know. And I think Ralph has another question.
Okay. Can you please repeat the second question?
Okay, we will repeat the second question.
Thank you.
When at each level our soul changes, why are physical and behavior characters still remains? Thank you.
Thank you. Dạ con nghe rồi thưa thầy. Now let me explain for you about creation. There are a number of you in the human world. We think that the humans will excel in every aspect. We are the best. We are wrong because they may be clever in the theory, but out in practice, if they follow the theory they learned in the school, but when they put it outside in society in practice, they totally fail in many aspects. For that reason, the experience in the human world, it is not just like when you learn in school. Through this, I want to share with you one of the cases that I often give you the example so you know. Learning in theory is one way, but it is important that you need to have the experience in the application. This is one of the real incidents. One of a captain of the ship and one of the new engineer and one of the sailor in the ship with 20 years of experience. And that engineer who just graduated from school, on the route, the ship hit an underground rock. So the engineer tell the captain to rush so that they can go ashore and use many material to try to block the hole under the ship, and the ship is still sinking. One of the sailor, 20 years experience, asked the captain to cut down the flag of the staff flag, and then use all of the all of these tissue to block the hole in order to pour out the water, and he was able to save the ship and bring the ship ashore. And supposedly, listening to that engineer, everybody would die, the ship would sink. That is one of the real story that I want to share with you, to show you what you learn in school is different, what you learn out in life is different. That is an experience. If they don't have a sailor with 20-year experience on that ship, then for sure that ship will be sunk and everybody would die. That is an example I want to share with you, so we can use it as a lesson. However, our creation, how come you are the creativity? How come there's two doctors? One is better than the other. They both learn from the same school. So that is your own creativity. That is from the deities who sent to you in your soul. Your soul is better than the other one, as you have learned. So that's why you are better than the other doctor, even though they are the same. That is the reality. So with your creativity, with your wisdom and enlightenment, you would have brilliant ideas to help you. So to this question, as the student from Holland about the approval for this contract agreement, he doesn't approve, for example. So you transfer energy. When they read this proposal a year ago, they don't agree. But when you transfer energy, when they read this document again, they like it. It is a way you are controlling them so that they can approve. And when they approve, so that you have the contract agreement, so that you are able to generate so many jobs, to have so many family with a job. In that sense, you may succeed. So in the case of creativity, if our soul is enlightened, our body is have the wisdom, then that creativity, it is from the deities, from us, not us, because for us, our knowledge in the three-dimensional world is limited. But this knowledge from the infinite knowledge from the universe who can help you, so that you have the creativity to help for the benefit for the human. For that you can succeed. So I advise for you, when you learn to the higher levels, the more creativity that you have, do not be so surprised. Remember, this is not yours. It is the deities who give you that for yourself, your body, and to help you so you can reach a higher state of enlightenment. Then you have a higher degree of creativity. That is why I want to explain for you more on the concept of creativity and creation. Now on the second part, now your soul has changed, but you don't see the change in your behavior. There are the changes, but I tell you, after the level 18, your soul will be higher than the soul of the level 15, 16, 17. Everything in the past you thought that you can forgive, but now you cannot. How come? Because now the higher soul want to train your body. So in the past you can forgive, and now something that you cannot forgive, you don't. Because unintentionally, if you forgive, you are killing them, you are hurting them. And if you do not, and you are able to discipline them, and in a way you are able to discipline these people to become a better person. So you will have to choose. You face this situation. Sometimes you may criticize these people so that you are able to discipline them to become a better person. If you forgive them unintentionally, you are killing them because you just lead them on the wrong way. You will see this when you complete the level 18. It's not done yet. When you go to a higher level, you yourself, you will decide on your own, with your own soul. If you need the help, then right close to your whole soul, there is my soul, always right there, close to you. At any moment when you need, I'm ready. My soul is ready to help you. That is how I explain for you clearly. You will see the change, and you will see suddenly one day how come your behavior has changed. The difference in your behavior, those are the changes. The soul has changed so that you can correct your body, so that you have more wisdom, so that you have full knowledge. You go through all the changes. You can change a bad person to become a good person, or a good person to become a better person. It doesn't mean that you have the ability to have the high ability to have wisdom so that you can hurt people. That is not all. The soul does not allow you to do this, but going through the changes to discipline them. In the past, you just let them go, but now you have to teach them, you have to discipline them so that they can become a better person, so they can improve themselves. If you just let them go, then unintentionally you lead them to go on the bad way, or to stand still, or if worse, they are killing themselves. If they think that they are right and they're doing wrong, and if you keep on saying that they're right, then unintentionally you are killing them. At the moment, everything has already done, but your soul does not allow you to do this. So you think that now it is so strange. How come in the past your behavior is very easy, but now you are very difficult to deal with people? Because your soul is higher, and it has to train you, and you become a very strict person. In that way, you are able to discipline and help people. In the past, you tolerate everything. In a way, you are killing them. So now, the two, love and forgiveness, is different. If you have truly loved them, then you have to discipline them so they can become a better person. If you say you love them and you keep on tolerate with them, then unintentionally you are throwing them down the sea to die. You don't think that you don't see the change, but you see the change after the level 18. To give you the environment, so to have these people around you, to have those who link to you by faith. You see the changes that you help them to become a better person. That is how I share with you, so you can understand. And the answers I have given to you already. And then you know when you return home after the end of the class, with the situation that happened to you directly or indirectly, you remember today. I have taught you, I have shown you, so that you never fall into these difficulties that you are not able to solve. You will be able to solve if you remember this. As I have teach you, you need to remember so that you can apply, because eventually another soul will come into your body, and that is a very high soul to come to help your body. Next question.
Portugal.
Good morning. These are the questions of the first student. What is a soul? Why is it so difficult for us to accept simplicity either in thoughts, emotions, and affection? And when we travel out to space, what happens to our body? Are we conscious of where it goes? Is there a time limit for this exercise? Now the questions from the second student. In the Mekong message, you tell us, Master, that this would be a time of unconscious learning. When we travel out to space, are we in fact only learning, or are we already building the new reality in the higher dimensions and inside us? How will it be reflected in the three-dimension world? Thank you.
Now, as you asked, now let me explain for you. It is, we learn, we don't want to learn in simplicity, but we want to learn the complicated things. You don't want that simplicity. It's not your own fault. The fault of tradition, culture, family, society, that caused us to learn all of the complicated things. Buddha did not give all of these dogmas or rules. But these people who make up all of these rules and regulations, and they say that it's Buddha who gave, and they themselves, they cannot do it. And how can the follower do it? That's how it is in the human world. We are so complicated. Buddha did not forbid you to marry. Buddha did not forbid you to have children. But how come you have the rules that you have to be single to But then how come Buddha himself, he's a human just like us, he got married, got a wife and kids, and he's still being enlightened? He did not forbid you to get married. And then with the process of a vegetarian diet, and you think that you can keep all of the rules, and my God, I tell you, you don't know, the humans, you're not able to go beyond that. I tell you, I'm very practical. That is a complicated thing that you want to learn. It is so simple, you don't want to learn. Simplicity, what is it? That is to learn in nature, apply in with nature, but you don't want to do it. Because when you are born in a rich family, for example, or when you are born in a poor family, whether you are rich or poor, when you are born, you always turn into the material, but not to the spiritual, because on the spiritual there's zero, there's nothing. But the material, you have from one and then multiply out to many from the moment of birth. You always turn right, nobody turn left. Turn left, there's nothing there. Turn right, you see you have everything. When you have everything and you lose everything. You turn left, you don't have anything, but in nothingness it contains everything. It contains the present, the future, but nobody accepts it because you cannot see it. You cannot see it, so that's why you don't want to learn. That's why you look for the complicated things. Is that right? Because you want to help to protect your health. I show you to protect your health, just to do the breathing, the pure air, and with the simple meal diet, to eat, but you eat seafood. You don't want to eat with following the diet. You want to eat so many food. It is you yourself. You cause all of these complicated things. And you say you don't have enough nutrients, and then you use all of these chemicals, and then suddenly you develop to have cancers, and you die at the age of 30. And then when you die, and you blame because of this, because of that. If you think that you are finding many ways to protect your health, but in the past they just use by nature, and they can live up to 100 years just living with nature in the past. But you don't want to do it. Because when you live and you don't see any benefit, you don't want to. For that reason, you are so used to this material life, you'd rather just live a life of material for 10 years, but then you get sick. So you can see it is up to you. It is you, because of the human world that created for many decades. It's not our fault, because we are so used to this illusion. We're not able to accept the truth. Just think about it. Or the books that write over here there's murder, over there there's war, over here there's hunger, over here there's disaster. You will always pay attention. But the one that write to tell you to find the truth, to look for the deities, so to have a calm mind, you don't want to read this kind of thing. You want to look for many of these problems, because you are so used to the illusion. So that's why you are used to that frequency. You don't like the truth. That is the environment in the human world that create all of this illusion for us, that cause us to have all this complication. As you learn at most, you are always tied in the three-dimensional world. You cannot even reach to even 3.1 dimension, only 3 dimension in this world. I just want to share with you, in the case to this question as you ask, I share with you my experience, to share with you about the complication. It is the human world we created in many centuries until now. This is not the first time that we face all this complication. Now let me give you an example. Yesterday I give you an example already. One of the religious person in my country was poor, walking barefoot. 50 years ago, when 50 years later it's different. I myself, when I was young, the monks at that time were 20-year-old monk, and at that time I was 6-year-old. 50 years later, he's 70 years, I'm 56-year-old. In America, I saw that he drove the car. In the freeway, the speed limit is 100, but the monk, he was driving. He's driving 120 kilometers an hour. I said, monk, you cannot drive like He said, drive so slow and it is take too long. But in the past, he was walking. A few years later, and when he's over here, he was wearing the yellow robe, and he was driving over speed. So you can see how it changed. That is a complication that we cause. They said that coming over here to follow the Buddhist teaching to help people, I tell you the truth, from a principle or a dogmatic viewpoint, to preach to help people, you can do it anywhere. You can see it. You don't have to preach that to have to go into the rich area or the temple. Buddha in the past, he just walked in India to many of these poor areas. He walked barefoot to many of these poor areas to help these people, even though he can sit on the throne for his whole life. But no, he walked barefoot. That's how I want to share with you the complication that is in the human world we created. So that's why we have to live in that complication, following the guide in the illusion from this world. So on this, I explained for you for the whole week or maybe a whole month. It may not even end, but I will terminate on that issue right here for you. This is a fault of the human society. Many centuries until now, we are inherit this complication. We don't want to learn in simplicity. I teach you. I open chakras to help the wandering soul, and that's all. And I tell you, when you are free to practice, you are so lazy, you don't want to practice for 5 minutes. So if you don't, I find a way for you. So now you want to learn level 4 to spin the chakra, I show you. And when I show you, you may say, so this is so easy, and you are so lazy to learn. So in level 5, I keep on giving you all this to learn until now. You are in level 16, so that you are practicing. You mentioned that, my God, people in level 16, they can practice, the body can transform into energy to travel out. And level 16, level 17, level 18, and level 19, and then eventually reach level 20, you can merge collectively. You can learn. Many can learn, but whether you can do it more or less, it is up to you. I share with you whether it is complicated or simplicity, it is in the human world we created in many centuries. So on that, I pause right here and I go on to the next question to answer for you. Now, as you can see, as I taught you yesterday and today, the technique, the principle, I've taught you a step at a time. So when you go to level 18, I will show you. If you want to know, to go there to know, you go to point A, point B, point C. When then you come to this point A, point B, point C. As I mentioned yesterday, if you are in your own region, you go to another country, another locality. At night, if you want to go home, to visit your home, so at night, yes, you can do, you practice. So before you practice, you want to return home to visit your parents, your spouse, your brother or sister, so at night you can practice. When you go back, you can see your spouse, you can see your parents, you can see your children. If you want to visit home, you can practice to go home. Before you practice, your soul, your body, you want to go home. Then your body practice so that your soul can guide your body to visit home. You may see your loved one in your home. At night you can practice. You still have five more a day. After today you have 4 more nights to practice. If you wish to practice, I let you allow you to do it. Eventually there are many special cases that you have a chance to contribute to help people. In the case of this country, they have this problem or that problem, then your body and your soul, you can come there to help. You want to, then you have to learn. When you learn, you have to practice. When you practice, then you can do it. As I have taught you in high levels already, other students who practice and apply and have seen the result already, I hope that many of you in this class similarly, I hope that you are able to achieve the result. Our purpose is to contribute to help this human world. That is on the second part I answer for you. Now, to improve our consciousness in the three-dimensional world, if they learn in the three-dimensional world and you learn in the three-dimensional world, or through all the books, we're all the same. You are not able to solve anything. To improve the level of consciousness, meaning that your soul reaching higher state of enlightenment, that your soul reaching higher state of enlightenment, then your body have more wisdom. With wisdom, you have full knowledge to be able to contribute to help. With this wisdom, doesn't mean that you have to be intelligent, but you need to know everything. So when you come to level 13, I taught you, you have to stand beyond good and bad. Do not judge. You see good and bad as one. Then you have that wisdom. But how many within you, including those of you who are in level 19, you like the good, but you don't accept the bad. You don't accept the bad, you like the good, but how come you always do the bad things? That is how you are contradicting in the human world. I just want to elaborate that point for you. You see people who are bad and you criticize them in many ways, but you yourself, you don't see your own fault. You block yourself. You can use the steel case to block your face. That the human world cannot see you. For the deities, even if you try to cover yourself with so many veil, the deity can still see you. That is one of the greatest errors in the human world. Whenever you come together, you gossip together, you always criticize people, but you never come to confess and say that you're always bad. You never say that you are bad, but you keep on saying others are bad. That is so strange. I have seen already in 5 continents I travel, when the man or the woman meet together, they always criticize other people. That's why for me, the deities love me. You know why the deities love me? I can hear only Vietnamese. So I go abroad. In many years ago, they criticize me, they curse at me. I keep on smiling. They said, how come? Because I can hear, but I don't understand what they are saying. Sometimes they curse at me and I still smile. I can hear what they say, but I don't understand. That's why the deities allowed me. I don't understand other languages, only Vietnamese. For the Vietnamese, when they curse at me, I know that they. For the Vietnamese, they know that I can understand them, so they always praise. Even though when I do wrong, they keep on praising me, and that is how they kill me. It doesn't mean that they praise me, and I'm glad. I do wrong and they praise me. That means that they try to kill me. They don't love me. I'm very practical. That is how I explain for you. So, how can you, in this human world, in a three-dimensional world, now we have always got chaos. All of the people in many aspects, all the religion in the world, we all have chaos. Meaning the human world, we have chaos. So we have to learn a new lesson so that we can solve this chaos. That is how you can contribute greatly. And on the following question I answer for you, on the part, as I mentioned to you already, as you can see, when you are able to merge individually or collectively, you can affect, because you are helping the bad people to become good, the selfish people to become a good person, the low people to become a high people, those who are stupid, you can help them to have wisdom. That is how you can really establish social order. Now you have ability to merge with one person. In level 19, you have the ability to merge with 3 persons. And level 20, you would be almost like me. I can merge to anyone. As I can merge to all of the living creatures. However, you are in level 19. I let you merge to this antenna model. So in the future, any object, whether it's live or inanimated object, you are able to merge. Now, today you are very lucky, as I share with you, because I do not teach in level 19. Over here, I bring this orange juice for me to drink. The EV water that you transfer energy to, that is the energy. But then, you want people to drink the water, you merge, your soul merge into it, So when your soul merges into it, in a way, when they drink your water, then their soul will evolve. You are able to help their body to have the wisdom. Can you do it? You can. Whatever I learn, as I learn, I can do it. Then I teach you, then you would be able to do it just like me. So that therefore there will be changes. You remember, we merge to help others, to help the community. It doesn't mean that you merge to control people to listen to you. Just like yesterday I mentioned to you, you think that you love that woman so that she can fall in love with you, she would turn around and kill you. Or a man to help them to love you, then they will hurt you. The purpose is for the whole, for communities, then you are able to achieve. I'll give you an example. Let's say in a family, there's someone, one of the elders, very difficult in the family. So he will be difficult in the family. So you try to merge, so he will be calmer and everybody can deal with him easier to bring harmony in the family. For example, in society, that person is so evil, you merge to help that person to be a good person. That person normally would be an evil person, but now he turned to be a good person. This is something you can do. If the person is good and you try to merge to provoke them to be evil, then you yourself will become evil. So if you try to do that with with the intention for negative, then it is you who suffer. It doesn't mean that I teach you that you can merge to this one or that one and you can force them to do it according to your will. But it is follow the God's will, because 3 as 1, 1 as 3. I and God as one, and you and me as one. Listen carefully. 3 as 1 and 1 as 3. You, me, and God as one. The soul of God merged to the soul of Master Dang. The soul of Master Dang merged with your soul as one. Then you merge to others. You can control them. So therefore there will be the change in the environment. You are in the human world. I often mention to you, you have to learn 70 years, 2 persons. But only one of you learn only 7 days. Then you think about it. Out of space, there is no time and space. Only in the human world, there is a time and space limit. That's why you learn beyond the 3-dimensional world. You have learned and you continue to learn. And you have used and you continue to use. It doesn't mean that you have not. You have been using beyond the 3-dimensional world that you are not aware of it. That is from the time when you learn level 5.1 until now. Is it right? If not, you would not be able to use your chakra 6 to control the flow of universal energy according to your will to send from point A to point Z without any problem. The energy go there immediately when you transfer energy to. On this, it had happened and it's continued to happen for the past 10 years until now. This is not the first year. That is a number of you who had learned from me on the 21st, on the December 31st, 1995 in Geneva. That is the first level 5.1. Then you have been using beyond the 3-dimensional world already. In the following levels, these are the people who replaced me to teach you from level 5.1 up to level 13 plus. Now you can see in the past, these instructors who taught you. For the first time, I let them teach level 3 and 4. They were afraid. I told them, do not worry. You can bring the facts together. When the student asks the question, you can answer, you can send the facts to me. Then I can give the answer. But it's not like that, even though I say like that. But I also advise, when the student asks a difficult question, you call, pray to me and my soul will be there to help you. So later on, when you are teaching, my soul is right next to you. Your body cannot give the answer to the difficult question from the student. My soul merged with you. So now as I'm teaching you, you're able to merge to others, to help others. You can do it. You will be able to do it. Because it had been and will continue to see it happen. That is how I explain for you.
Spain?
The first question is, Master Dan, which is your real being? The second question for the first student is, why have you said that the students of the universal energy, we have 16 souls according to our level? And the other question from the first student is about the conception after the menopause. Can you please facilitate a technique, as you mentioned in the level 13 plus? Thank you, Master. And the second student, just today, you said that there wasn't any planet else with human beings, but is there any kind of intelligent life out there, even though it's not possibly human? The same student asks, are there other worlds, parallel worlds, similar to the Earth? And another question, in relation to the growing of our souls through this universal energy technique, and about the growing of the souls, what about the growing of the souls after we die, after we leave this life? And the last question for the second student, how do the souls of the people who don't believe in anything, how do they evolve? Thank you, Master. La primera pregunta.
Through your question, let me answer for you. Until now today, as I have taught you for the past 18 years, each time when you ask about the identity of others, I will answer, except when you ask about the identity of the soul of Master Dan. So now as you want to know, but because you don't want to know, but I have taught you in level 3 with the chakra open 100% already. Each time when I teach you, each time when I see you, whether directly or indirectly, you can measure the energy, the identity of my soul, where I come from. For sure you know, but you don't want to know, or you do not wish to know, in a way that you are lazy to know. If you are paying attention, then you know who my soul is. I don't have to tell you. I just want to remind you from the past until now, in the human world, is there any master just like Master LUONG Dan? Is there any master that can teach you in the shortest time that you are able to achieve in both aspects, material and spiritual? It's not that we are high on the spiritual, but the spiritual path here, meaning you are able to help the wandering soul so they can evolve. It's never been in the human world. You learn in such a short time and you are able to achieve so high. In a way, you are able to help the soul to evolve. In parallel to that, you are able to protect your health, not to mention others. Can you do it? You've never seen it in the human world. So if it is, for sure, the teaching of UE, it is from the deities to help the human to have wisdom and enlightenment. I don't want to say who my soul is. I just want to elaborate one point, that my soul is sent by God in the body of the Vietnamese in Asia who can travel abroad to teach, so that you are able to develop your true self. For those who are linked by faith with Master Dan, so that you can develop your true self, you have the enlightenment, you have your wisdom in order to succeed in helping your own country, your own religion. That is my mission. And about my soul, that's all I can say to you. I don't want to say who my soul is. It is no benefit. That is on the first part I answer for you. And now, each time when you go through a level, in level 3, you are able to merge with the soul of God already. If your soul cannot merge with God, then how do you have the ability to help the wandering soul to evolve? Each level, when you go on to a high level, because you don't remember, I just remind you so you may remember. You can just pay attention. Each time when you go on a level, change a level, you see a change in your behavior. You change from worse to better. In the past, you see that your behavior and your personality is good, and now you turn worse. Why? Because now you are turning worse so that you are able to teach those, because your soul is higher. All the bad thing or wrong thing that you are doing, so that you are able to do it to help those who are on the wrong way to turn back to the right way. After level 18, when you look back, you remember from the time when you come to learn UE until now you go to level 18. In your life, you have gone through so many situations in many classes. You remember, you reflect back. As I remind you, you reflect back and you can remember. You can say that at that time, why and why and why. All these whys, that means your soul is higher, it is teaching you. Sometimes you turn more difficult. It's not that you turn more evil, but you turn more difficult so that you are able to become a better person, so that you can help all of these people who are difficult to improve themselves. So you can look back from the time when you start to learn EV until now. That is how I summarize for you so you can understand. And eventually, as you know, perhaps tonight your personality will change. So do not blame your spouse or your children or your parents or other people, especially for those of you who are learning in your own locality. Tonight when you go home, you may see many things that is you are not tolerable, because tonight another soul merged with you. So you may see something that you cannot tolerate. I answered for you already. Try to help these people. As you know, you can help these people faster. I'm afraid that certainly in the past you are not able to tolerate, but now in the past you don't do anything, but now you start to yell at them. That is a new thing that can help you, that you are able to discipline these people. Listen carefully tonight. You don't have to wait for long, because tonight and tomorrow and on the following day will be different. That is how I share with you. Each time when you go through the change of the soul, then your body in a simplicity way, that means that you are very strange. In the past you are not able to do it, now you do it. In the past you don't want to do it, but now you do it. You are doing against their will, and so that you are able to learn, you do against them, so that you can teach them to become a better person. Nobody can teach you the way that Master Dang is doing it. Only in that way you are able to improve. You learn from the opposite way, that you are able to improve. So you have to go look from outside to look in, and you have to walk either next or following all of the path. Do not follow the old path. It is simple, but it is precise for you. In the case of conception, after menopause, more or less you learn the level 18. Now I just wait until the level 18. I explain for you on that. Then you can practice and you can do it. So I wait until the level 18 for sure on this subject. I will teach you in level 18, because when you go to level 18, your soul is different, and your body and your soul can merge into the other person. I'll show you clearly that technique in the case of conception for the woman after menopause. So you listen carefully. So you wait until the level 18 answer for you this one. Now, from my understanding, as I learned from the deities, after 34 years of my learning, the deities revealed to me there's no other planet beside Earth, that there is the human species. However, other planets, they may have a life, meaning this spiritual life. All of the soul from the moon, from the light of the sun, from the stars that come down here. So when I say that you are able to receive the light and you can come to learn EV, When you receive the light of the sun, you receive the light of the stars, or receive the light of God's aura, that is beyond the galaxies. Only then you have that energy. If you remember, when you learn level 2, when your chakra open only 60%, I remind you, I advise to the student to close their eyes, to inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth 5 minutes. At night, when you just close your eye and do the breathing exercise, not even 5 minutes, you fall asleep. Everybody which is like you, but they cannot do it. Because a number of you, when you do the breathing, and you think that you are sitting in a dirty area, and you are inhale the bad air, but in fact you are inhaling the air, and you are getting the energy from far away in the universe. You are not just breathing the air from the environment around you. All the chakras are linked to the combined frequency and universal energy from far away. That's why it comes to your body. That causes you to regain your health, and you're able to sleep calmly, and you forget everything. That is a point I want to remind you. When you learn in level 2 with the chakra open 60%, slowly when you learn from low to high, the higher you learn, the more energy you are able to absorb. And each time when you go through a change of the soul, and the soul, there are no strangers, they are from the other planets. They are not just the soldiers just died in here, or they just died recently in a few centuries on Earth. They are not. So as you ask, I answer for you. With my understanding, as I learn from the deities, there's no human life. Only in this Earth there is the human life. Now, you mentioned about after death, do you have a chance for the soul to evolve, to learn? Your own soul is not that you are evolving from low to high, because you are coming from high up down here. After you complete the mission, you return back to the deities. Your soul is not just evolved from the lower animal you were in the past. This time, your soul has been sent by God to come down here to help mankind. However, through the journey of our souls, a number of you in the UE school, in many lifetimes you've been on earth, and you have become the human. On this, I want to emphasize for you in level 19, I want to share with you, whether you are in the level 19 or you are learning level 20 in the future, if you know how to use universal energy for the purpose to help people, to help your community, then everything would be different. That is, you are helping your own soul to evolve, to help all the others to evolve, then your body would be complete. However, when your soul, you have the ability, a lot of ability, that your body do not accept to help your soul to evolve, and also it cause problem to the other soul to evolve, then as your soul will ask the deities to return back to the deities, then the body would die, meaning that you experience a sudden death. You are not sick and suddenly you just die. Do not think that when you learn at level 19 and level 20 you don't die. You will, and you may die faster than those who are terminally ill. That is how I share with you. At the right moment, I'll teach you, because you receive the precious gift that God has given to you. You don't know how to use it, and you're not just using it, but you are abusing it. That will be a loss for you, meaning that your body will suffer. The soul will going back to the deities and continue on to help the human world in another body. So as you ask, I just analyze clearly for you. For that reason, in level 19 recently, I hope that 85% of you would be able to succeed, and 15% that are not, I pray so that this 15% who fail, that can combine with the 85%. They're not just to contribute to help anyone. Can you do it for yourself, your own family, your own country, for your own religion? I do not ask you to help the whole world. You're not just helping yourself or your country or your religion, and then you are causing problems to the other region, other countries. Then for sure the soul will be discouraged, and it would return back to the deities, and the body would die. That's all. Now, as a soul of the person who is atheist, we just mentioned about those people in a communist country. They don't believe in anything, and after that they do not evolve they just evolve into the human world. I have a friend in 1989 who's also a student who's very rich in Vietnam, who came abroad. He has 12 daughters. I remember 12 daughters, and among 12 daughters, 3 of them are my students, and both of them also learn. I just share with you one of the funny story. They don't believe in anyone. They are atheists. They don't believe in the ancestors. All the ancestors after death, they don't even worship them. You know who he? Only his friend, his close friend, he worship. So his friend died. He take care of the funeral, a big funeral, and he worship and do all the ritual for his friend. He doesn't believe anyone, only his friend. So can you see how strange it is? But I see it is very strange that among 12 daughters, some who succeed and some who's not succeed in life, but in his own life. In Vietnam, for the Vietnamese first time who come to abroad, some people they don't have money, but when he come, he bring over $3 or $5 million. When he just arrived in America, he used the money to buy a supermarket. This is how rich he is, and slowly he was so rich, and slowly and eventually at the end he lose all the money, and both of them only have a house of $5,000. I came there and visit them. I know because when I come there, and he explained to me about his whole life. Who's my student? I don't know now he's alive or not. At that time, he's perhaps this year or 20 years later, I don't know if he's still alive or not, because it's a long time I haven't contacted him. That is how I want to share with you about these people who are atheists. They don't have anyone to believe in. You think that they are atheists, but it's not. They perhaps might believe 100 or 1,000 times more than you, but they hide it. For those who say all the prayers, but they just use religion to abuse a lot of people. You don't know it. Because when they go into religion, they abuse the religious system. And for many of the followers, they have been deceived. Do not think that they're atheists. They don't believe or pray to the deities. But in fact, they are believing more than us. But they use a veil to hide themselves. In fact, up here they say that they are atheists, but in fact they truly believe. And over here they say they are religious, but in fact they are trying to deceive everyone, including all the countries. I tell you the truth, I know a lot. They may disguise as a monk or a priest in many ways. But with their own personal interest, I don't have any comments. I know they are all fake. I even know, as I mentioned to you, some of you might be afraid. You know, there's a religion. I don't want to say any religion ABC. They make a vow of silence. Whatever they say, they just write a piece of paper. So they go in to look at the books, 100 pages, and they change page 82, for example. And that person died, and that person will see that page 82 on one book is and the other book is different. So they change the scripture. In 100 pages, they change page 82. Do you know? And that is not in the main religion, because they have the ability that they can go in to the storage all of the documents, so they can change. This is one of the real incidents. So who would know this? But unfortunately, that the deity is revealed to me, because these people, because they see me as the master, that's why they reveal to me the truth. That is the fact. So now it is so difficult. You say about atheists, I just want to share with you. Sometimes you see it is real, but it's false. Sometimes you see it is false, but it is real. So false and real, they're mixed together. There's only one way to determine what that is with universe energy. As we know how to use, then you can transfer all the energy. Then you would be able to distinguish between real and false. That is the purpose today I teach you, so your body can transform into energy. So you would be able to distinguish between right and wrong. So you can select between copper and gold, and you keep them, and then the copper will discard them. On that point, I just share with you about wisdom and enlightenment. Only in that way you are able to achieve. And similarly, through the prophecies, as you read through, it may be continuous, but they're not like that. But the first sentence may link to the eighth sentence. So my students in the past, when they read the books, it might take them 10 hours. I show them to read only in 3 hours, and they can do it faster than 7 hours. Because in the book there are many false information. You don't need to pay attention. You need to pay attention to the real information. When you pay attention to the real information, you're able to grasp faster. In the whole book, 70% are false, and the 30% real one you're able to achieve. Meaning that when they're writing, in their writing style, they say that the monk in the morning going onto the mountain, during the springtime, the sun is shining, and the fruit and the flowers are growing, the birds are singing. So why do you have to pay attention to this? You just need to know how the monk meditate. And if you don't want to know how he if you want to know how he meditate, and it takes 15 pages. And then it was written that he start to close his eye, and then they mentioned about the mountain, the river, and over here on the left there's the trees, and over there's the flowers. And he said to meditate for 15 minutes. And then after they meditate, and then he have this, and they mentioned that in the heaven there's a cloud and the water. You don't have to pay attention to this. You just need to know the monks meditate. What is ability? What is the message? And you don't have to worry about the fact about the birds and the singing and the mountain and the river. Those are unnecessary. So you don't have to pay attention to. However, in the book they may have some truth, 30%, perhaps only 5% are truth. And 5% that is the energy for those who write the book. If it is similar to your energy, you may be able to grasp only 5%, and 95% you don't need to read. So for me, I just read the book very fast. For the whole page, only 2 sentences I can take, and then 15 pages later, I pay attention to 4 lines, for example. So that is how I show you. And similarly, when you learn to take an exam, you have all the subjects to learn, but all of the other secondary one you don't pay attention, and then those who you pay attention, then you learn, and you will be able to achieve, because you are really learning. For those unnecessary information, you don't have to pay attention to learn. That's how I share with you. For the students who are going to school, that is a technique I show you to learn faster. In Melbourne, Australia here, the person who go in to learn a Buddhist scripture, she only cook for all the monks, but each time when she pray to Master Dang, and she does a test, and she had first place. That is her who claimed it. That is the energy. As I help you, you learn less, but you understand more. To understand more, meaning that your soul and your soul can help your body with wisdom, and that's how you can write. There are so many other cases that I don't want to give example. In America, there's one of the poor person, and now eventually is very rich. Being poor and taking the English test. She didn't know English, but she can pass. For people who learn and try to take a test and they fail, but for her, she can pass. Now I know that that lady now is very rich. In the past, she was poor, uneducated. So that is a changes in life, and it happened in America. There are so many situations. Therefore, I want to train you to have the wisdom of the body and enlightenment of the soul. the higher that we learn, so that we have the more wisdom in order to help people. And in that way, you can use the universal energy infinitely to help people. Now go.
Belarus? Yeah, but Turkey? Can you give a sign of life? We don't hear you. Okay, we go to Belarus and after...
Excuse me, you hear me now?
Now we hear you, okay. Just in
Okay.
time.
I will have to repeat.
Okay, go ahead.
I will have to repeat. The question from the student, from our student here, is about our ego. He says, a few minutes ago, Master told us that he is able to give a lot of examples about the conflict we are in with our ego. We have to try to leave our ego and to leave judgment and accept everything as it is. And we also have to leave the material values to be able to do more, to help more and more effectively to the human world. But in the position in which we are right now, we need the material values, and this creates a conflict inside us. Is there a practical way to get out of this conflict, to overcome this conflict of being in the material world, need the material values, and trying on the other side to overcome the ego and the material values? What shall we do? How shall we think? Can Master please explain a little bit more on this point? Thank you very much.
Now let me explain for you. The teaching of UE, I do not tell you to abandon the material. If you do it, it is wrong. I don't teach you to do this. Remember that. We need the material. Without the material, we don't have the means for us to evolve. Listen carefully. I never tell you in the past 18 years of my teaching, I tell you to abandon the material. No. The material we use, these are the means for us to learn to progress higher. So if you think like that, you don't have any conflicts. The conflict here is you tie too much to the material, you try to abuse.
Elfozinho do lado.
Okay, everybody mute again, please. Everybody mute, please.
Hello?
Yes, please mute.
Bir şekilde ses oraya geçti şeye.
Turkey, please mute.
Parlara geçti. Bir çıktı ama sanıyorum yerine koydum.
Turkey, please mute.
Is it okay?
No.
It was not because of us.
No, my Skype crashed, but please mute.
She's telling, Donis is telling right now the Skype crashed.
Size geliyor mu ses?
Bir geldi, biraz bekleyeceğiz. We will have to wait a little bit.
Turkey,
so that they fix everything. Evet, biz mute etmeliyiz.
No, it's not muted. Okay, fine.
Now, let me repeat again. In the teaching, as I have taught you for the past 18 years, I have never tell you to abandon the material, because we need the material, so we have the means to evolve higher. However, there are a number of the cases in the material because of our greed, then Sometimes it is for us, or because of the greed, you cause more chaos and problem. How can you develop on the spiritual path to help people? You have so that you can help people, to help people with the means to evolve, then you can do it. Do not take people for your own possessions. You cannot abandon the material. As you are living in the material world, you need the material. That is the minimum means for you to evolve and learn on the spiritual path. If I'm a normal person, then for sure I'm richer than many people. I don't eat much or wear much, but with the money I have, I give a lot to many people. Sometimes I don't have the money, I borrow so that I can give to people. I tell you the truth. It's not that I'm complaining to you, because it is my nature. When I was poor, the same way, not until now that I have a position in life. But what is it for? You have so that you can help people as the means, so that people can evolve, and they themselves, they can also help other people. But do not abuse it. To abuse, then for sure with the money that you use, it would be lost. Not to mention the other effects to your family, to your loved one, to society. In a religion, particularly in Buddhism, who teach you, do you have the blessing and enough blessing that you try to inherit? If you don't have enough blessing, then you cause a lot of problem. At that moment, you will be suffering. And then you would say that you're supposed to inherit for 1 year, and then you would die, but you could not die. You did not inherit, and then you have to repay because you have cost to other people. Therefore, we don't have any conflicts. The conflict is us who make it because of your greed. So in a way, you are conflicting yourself, and you say that you don't need the material, but then you have a lot of greed. So it is us that we are contradicting ourselves. As I'm teaching you, if you know how to use the means to help other people. Now let's say you go to the church on Sunday. I go to the church on Sunday to pray, and each Sunday you give money to donate to the church. Is that right? A number of you, I see that you give $5, $10, $20. A number of you, you change the extra change, 50, 80 cents you put in for donation. But to tell you to give 100 or 1,000, you would not. I go to all the churches from Australia to America, anywhere I travel, I see. That is the real. You don't want to donate. So I represent you, I donate. It is my own money. With as I teach, I have my, I earn the money as I teach, so I donate to the church. I said it is from all of the EV students all over the world to donate to the church, not Master Birmingham, because I don't need any name. I just say all the students from all over the world. $100 or $50,000, not 500 or $300. But you don't need, you don't want to use your money. But with my money, I donate so that I can give you more blessing. I don't need any blessing. I have abundant blessing, so I give it all to you. But it is your money. I have the money, so I can donate to the church to have all of the organization for charity. And I claim that this the EV family who gave, not Master Loving Dang, even though it is my own money, I earned it. I share the blessing so you can benefit from this. As you are learning on the spiritual and material, and you receive the blessing, that is how you donate to the church. But in fact, it is mine, but I say it is from you. That is how I share with you. In that way, you don't have any conflicts. I tell you the truth. A number of you who mentioned that now we are temporal and we don't need the material. I don't teach this. We know how to use the material, then you have everything. As we share, then you continue to have. But if you just keep it for yourself, then you are not able to use it. Because you keep, if you keep it just for yourself, but no, you die, then other will use it. I tell you already, people who work so hard with all of their sweat, and they cannot even use their own money, and you just sit there right here, you don't do anything, and you just ask God to give you all the money for you to use. So how can you use it? And then for sure you will have this or that happen to you. Because the money, this is the money from God, it's different than the money in the human world. So that's why I advise for you. It is not for myself. So now let's say you work as an engineer. A year you earn $30,000, for example. And after all the tax deduction, you can have earned $20,000 a year. Is that right? And suddenly, if you do so good in your company, they raise you, they give you 50,000 bonus. Then it's your own money, it's not others, because of your hard work. Because you do well, so the boss gives you $50,000. Now what do you do with the $50,000? You can keep to use. No matter how you write, it's yours, you can do it. But with that $50,000, you share to all your family members. You have all of those who are less fortunate, or the charitable organization. Then next year you have 100,000. I tell you the truth. That is how I share with you the way you can spend. If you have 50,000 and then you say, oh my God, you don't have the bonus. So you ask for people, a few thousand from these people, that people, just to give for yourself. Then eventually you have the danger for yourself, for your family. So you can replace this danger. Supposedly it happened to them, to you, it will happen to them. That is, you create these conflicts. And in fact, you are creating this conflict because you don't see the invisible. But whatever you do, universal energy can see you. The angel can see through your deeds. As they see, so they can help you. So you never have this kind of negative thought. More or less, when you learn into the higher levels, your soul is higher. I just want to remind you and share with you, so you know how to use the material accordingly to help your body to evolve, to help your soul to evolve. Then you are helping the soul, all others to evolve. It's not so difficult. So in summary, when you live in the material world, you have enough. And when you have the extra asset, then you can give to others. If you are so poor and you say that you will give them people 100 or 1,000 of people, then you yourself, you only have $30 and you say that you want to give $500 or $1,000. How can you do it? My point here is, if you don't have enough blessing, then you can say that you want to give blessing to others, and how can you do it? You yourself, you don't even have blessing. How can you give any blessing to anyone? That is how I want to share with you, so you can avoid the conflicts with the material. If you know how to use it, then it is very relaxed for you, peaceful for you. You don't have any worries. That is how I give you my opinion. In a case, as we are using the material, you never think that you learn EV and Master Dang tell you to leave all the material. I never teach you this. I never tell you to do this. I only show you when you have the extra asset, then you should contribute to help the charity organization. If you wish. If you don't wish, you don't need to donate to the charity. Master Living Dang in front of you right here, to the many years of teaching. It's not that I'm complaining. My house in Melbourne, I tell you the truth. Supposedly my house, as I live, I can buy a $2 million or $3 million house, but my house is only 300,000. And I would give 3 million to others, not just for one people, for all of the charity organization, to all of these religious places. So who can dare to do like that? But I do it. I dare to do it. That is to generate the blessing for all of you. I myself partially, but I represent you. But the blessing as I have, I share to others. I tell you the truth. Only that way you can exist. Only that way you can evolve. I don't tell you that all the money that you have to give all of the money to Master Dang. No, you give it for yourself. Take care of all those who are linked to you by faith, so that you can continue to benefit. That's how I explain for you. You remember, do not think that you abandon the material is wrong. With your clothing, you can buy any clothing. But I myself, I do not complain. As I give all of my clothing, I give one and I receive two. All of my new or old clothing, I give 6 pieces of clothing, and then Sunday I receive 10. People who give me, they always give me the very good clothing, good quality. That's how I want to share with you, so you can understand, so you can do it correctly in the material, so you have everything. You can inherit now and in the future, many lifetimes. Now your family and your children in the future can benefit from your blessing. In my life, in the past, my family was poor, but my ancestor in the past was poor. But my ancestor knew to help people. I remember my house in the past, after cooking the rice, we don't have any rice, and the neighbor, they asked for the half a bowl of rice. Even their family are better than my family. My grandparents said that when they asked, they gave all the rice to others. So the grandparents said that my brother and sister was yelling, and in fact they gave the blessing back to all the children. After 50 years later, and I can benefit from this. Listen carefully. It's not that 5 or 10 years later, but 53 years later, the grandparents try to build a blessing, and then 50 years later I can benefit from it. I tell you. So that is the story. To the question, as you mentioned about the material, I want to share with you, so that you and me, we have the living example, as we know how to live, to help our body and our soul to evolve, to help the soul of others to evolve just like us. That is a teaching of UE, as I have taught you. Go on. Now, next question in Belarus.
Дорогой мастер Данг, я заранее прошу прощения за свой длинный вопрос, но мне очень хотелось задать его вам непосредственно. С одной стороны, мой вопрос очень личный, а с другой стороны, я думаю, что он касается многих. В процессе медитации ответы на свои вопросы я получала крайне редко. Может быть, вопросы были незначимые, а может быть, концентрация недостаточная, не знаю. Как-то раз при обращении к вам вы отослали меня к Иисусу, а Иисус сказал: приходи завтра. Но вот однажды на вопрос, как достичь совершенства, чтобы стать достойным представителем школы универсальной энергии, вы мне ответили. Я надеюсь, что это были именно вы. Следующими словами. Белая лебедь, подруга весны, она появляется, когда ее ждешь. Белая лебедь, подруга любви, она остается, когда ее чтешь. Когда бережешь и лелеешь любовь, она расстилает крылья свои.
Белая лебедь, подруга весны.
Она появляется, когда ее ждешь.
Белая лебедь, подруга любви, она остается,
когда ее чтешь.
Чтешь.
Когда бережешь и лелеешь любовь, ну это не я ж придумала, она расстилает крылья свои. Хорошо, хорошо. Ну это смысл хотя бы можно.
Хорошо.
Она защищает от бурь и от гроз. Она помогает по жизни идти. Белая лебедь – символ добра, верности, нежности и чистоты, чести, достоинства и красоты. Белая лебедь, ты Бога сестра. Где ты? Откликнись, я так тебя жду. Верить, надеяться, нет больше сил. Может быть, где-то в сонном бреду я не услышала звон твоих крыл. Что это за тонкость, которая ускользает от нашего восприятия, которая мешает нам полностью объединиться с универсальной энергией? разблокировать ультраклетки и достичь просветления. Как разобраться с собой, со своими внутренними противоречиями? Может быть, понять это и принять удел избранных? И как можно не думать о результате? Ведь это то, ради чего мы работаем. Это первый вопрос. Ну, у меня коротенькие дальше, не? Не надо больше? Ну, ладно. У меня коротенький.
Хорошо, дальше.
На семинарах нам говорили, все хорошее от Бога, все плохое это вы. Хорошие мысли формирует Бог, а плохие мы сами. Неужели человек изначально запрограммирован на плохое? Неужели мы, созданные по образу и подобию Бога, сами ни на что хорошее не способны? Ну и все. Ну, если больше нельзя, то все. Спасибо.
Dear Master, I would ask you to excuse me for my question, which is a little bit long, but I've been waiting for a chance to ask this question directly to you. It is a bit personal, but maybe it is related to what it could be of interest also to other people. I have been rarely receiving your answers when meditating. I don't know, maybe my questions were not of great importance, or maybe the level of meditation which I was able to reach was not sufficient. Oftentimes you were directing me, you were telling me, go ask Jesus. And the Jesus was telling me then, come tomorrow. Once I was meditating, asking a question to you, how can we reach perfection so that we would be good universal energy student, that we would be worthy of learning from you. And that time you answered me, and I hope that that were you. And I received your answer in form of poetry, and I would give a brief translation of what was the poetry that she read. White swan, the symbol of spring. You come when you come only when you are being expected. O white swan, the friend of love, you stay only when people value you. You come only to those who are taking care and taking care of the love that they have. You protect against various disasters. You help throughout life. You are a symbol of kindness, devotion, purity. O white swan, the sister of God, where are you? We don't have strength anymore to wait for you, to keep on believing for you to come. I don't know whether this is something that pushes us to think that there is a fine limit, there is some fine issues that don't allow us to understand, to feel those points that would open up the door to understand, door of understanding, to be able to move forward, to be able to unblock our consciousness, to overcome our inner opposition. I don't know whether only the selected few are able to reach this state. Another question of mine is, how come that oftentimes when we try, and it related to the first question of mine, we are not able to detach ourselves from the results, because on one side, that's what we want to reach. On the other, it seems to be a little contradictory. How come that if our purpose, our aim is in results, how come that we should be able to detach ourselves? The second question another question of mine is, throughout seminars of universal energy, we are being told that all the good that comes to us is from God, whilst all the bad that comes to us is originating in us, in ourselves. So how come that a person who's a human who seems to be created after the image of God is unable to do anything good himself? How come we people are destined to be creating only the bad things? Thank you very much, dear Master. I'd be happy to hear your answers.
So the question from this student from Russia, let me answer for you. Now you want to be closer to God. It's so easy. Everybody can, not just this student. If you wish to be close to the soul of Master Dang, so easy. I'm always close to your soul. From this moment in this class until the future, listen carefully. But you don't want to. If you wish, then you can. The point I want to remind all of you, to be close to God, to be close to my soul, I show you the formula, and that formula I have learned in 34 years. To love God, to be closer to God, to love me, to be closer to my soul, you can. I show you the formula because you don't want to do it. You don't want to. At any situation, I don't abuse your time. Let's say you are working with your hands. You're typing with your 2 hands. Is that right? But then in your mind, you don't do anything. Your eyes are looking at the paper you type. In your mind, you receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send to your father, 3 seconds, send to your country, 3 seconds. You're watching television. Both your eyes are watching the TV. You're seeing the singing in the TV, but you receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to one country to another. There's no problem with that. You can still watching TV with your eyes, but your mind is still doing, and effectively too. That is how you express true love, unconditional love, and freedom. Nobody stop you. You don't lose any time. You can still do your work. You can still enjoy yourself. You can still do all of these things. If you want to be close to God, that is how you can be close to God. You have to be patient. When you do that, then God is always close to you. It doesn't mean that you have to try to learn to meditate, to have wisdom, but you don't want to do it. So I show you to do it, but you don't do it. If you do it, you can do anything. You understand everything. That is all. Because the energy enter into your mind, you send. So it erases all the tradition, family, society, all of this that block you, so that you can always have calm and peaceful mind. At that moment, your true self will appear 100%. The lesson that I have learned in 34 years, I have learned all through. Now I am helping you so that you can do it, so you can see the result. You think about it. So you don't have any distraction. There is no sadness or discouragement or any anger that can enter your mind, because when you are free, you keep on receive and send energy. The energy will always flow into your body. Even if you want to get sick, I don't know how you can get sick. The energy flow constantly flow to each of the cell in your body to help your body with a strong immune system. So how can you get sick? That is a reality. The formula is so easy, but I just say the theory is so easy. But I think that it takes you the whole lifetime. You cannot even do it. You know why? It's not your own fault. Tradition, culture, family, society that block you. Because you store so much in your mind. In your own business, you don't even store enough, and then you store all the business in your mind. So if you love people, you can. You need health. You want to have wisdom, then you can express your health. Meaning, with your health, you can only do it with your theory. It is so limited to try to love one person and or 10% and 100%, and then eventually you are in a coma. When you are like in a coma, you cannot even eat or you cannot do anything. In that way, you're not even express love to yourself when you are totally sick. That is how I share with you. If you really love, then you take care of yourself. You take care of yourself, so you have the condition. Then you can truly express love to others in a long term. If you say you love that person, the grandparents, the spouse, the children, all the people around you, you try to express love to always. You worry too much about all of them, and then you lie down in a coma, and you are not able. You'll be unconscious. Then you are harming yourself, and you're not even loving anyone. That is how I share with you. So how come you can communicate with me and I tell you to ask Jesus, and He just tell you to wait until tomorrow? Tomorrow, Jesus will answer for you, with the condition that you can use that energy to send to others. Jesus is right close to you. You keep on waiting for Him to answer for you. So now, Jesus Christ tell you, so you use that energy from Jesus, you send to them. That is the answer from Jesus to give to you. It's so simple. You don't lose any time or space. You can still enjoy working, and only in your mind you receive and send. And this is infinite. And you have abundance. And it doesn't cost you anything. That is how you can be close to God, to Jesus. That is a reality. So you try your best because you wish. I summarize everything and to teach you in a short and precise way. Then you never have any discouragement or sadness. You always bring the light of joy to yourself. And with that light of joy, you are able to generate to help all the people around you, your spouse, your parents, your children, and your neighbors, by the way that you bring the light of joy. As you transfer energy to all of these people, as you send, you have the precious gift with the light of joy. As you send, even if they are unhappy, they will feel the joy. It doesn't cost you anything. If now you are frowning and you think that your grandparents are 98 years old and now you're worried that he's going to die. Supposedly, if he's 42 years old, then you worry. But the people who was 80 or 98 years old and you want your grandparents to live to 100, more than 100 years old, so you are so greedy. In this world, the oldest person live up to 132, and then you worry because your grandparents, you want him to live longer. I have one of my students, also a director in one of the Asian center in Asia. He said that, my God, now Prince Charles is about to get divorced. Wonder how he's going to help. And that actor is divorcing, and how can we help to solve that problem? And said, my God, my grandparents died. How can you help? And then eventually that person died also. Worry about some people business. Eventually you get a mental breakdown, and then you get sick and you die. I can only help you 3 times. Because that is the people's business, not yours. Within your own ability, you can help. If it's beyond you, you cannot help. And then you feel discouraged, and then you die. Supposedly that person lived to 82, but at the 60 years, and that person died and leave the spouse, the children. That is a reality I teach you. So as I teach you, I have to give you the proof. It is not abstract. I'm very practical as I teach you. If you want to help other people, then you need to have a peace, and you have the light of joy in yourself. With the light of joy in yourself, It is you who generate that light of joy with your true self, with the way that you use universal energy, the infinite source of energy, receive and send, receive and send. Then you never feel discouraged or sadness, because at that moment you receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds, and suddenly you erase your discourage, you erase your sadness. If you sit here, you feel discouraged, what for? Even if you feel sad, you cannot solve anything. If you feel sad and you can solve, then because the people business in England, in Germany, it is their own business. It doesn't concern you. Even if you feel sad, you cannot help them. If you feel sad and you may be able to fly over there and you can help them, but you feel sad and you lie there at home, feel sick. So it is so illogical. So if you wish, I can show you the way. Then you can be closer to Jesus, closer to God, to the deity so easily, in a simple way and effective way for you now and also for your children, grandchildren in the future. If you really love them, then you can do it in a very simple way. Now, how you can reach perfection? Tradition, culture, family, society, you can erase it so easily. You want to become a good person so easy. It's not so difficult, because if you don't want to, I keep on telling you, but you don't want to. You just want to do it your own way. If you do it my way, I show you. And it doesn't cost you any time. I have given to you the way to transfer energy here and there. Now you can transfer energy to the supermarket, to the hospital, to the jail, to all the locations. You keep on sending, and you don't keep anything, because the good energy coming to you always, you keep on storing all the good energy. Even if you want to be evil, I don't know how you can be evil. That is how you can reach perfection, with universal energy that can change the human, can change the environment. To bring the light of joy to yourself with universal energy that you can use infinitely. But how come you don't want to use it? You want everything, but you don't want to do it. You want to inherit, then you have to do it. You want to have money, a lot of money, then you have to do many jobs. You want to earn $8 an hour, then you have to work to earn. You work only for 2 hours and you want to earn 24 hours. So you don't want to, then it is better that you do more than you earn less. You do less and you want to earn more. You cannot do it. As you try to do less and you try to earn more, then you reduce all your blessings. So you can choose. As you ask, I give you the answer for you to learn. You want to be good? Then you do more and more than earning. And you do less and then you try to earn more, then it is bad, and you know the damage. I teach you very simple. I answer for you in 1 minute. Because you want to reach that perfection. So I give you a very simple one. You do more and you eat less, then you have abundance. And you eat more and you work less, then you would lose everything. That is how you suffer. You do less and you eat more, then let's say you earn 100 and then you try to spend 20, then you have. But if you earn only 20 and you try to spend 100, then you don't have anything. That is a reality. So if you wish, then I show you the way. You don't have blessing, then you keep on wanting to have blessing. You don't want to do anything, but you want to have blessing. Then how can you? So I show you so simple, but you don't want to do it. You just sit here doing nothing and just wait for the fruit to fall into your hand. If you sit there and you want to under the tree. Under the apple, you don't want to eat, and you want to eat the tree. You don't want to eat the apple. Over here, you have the apple. You don't want to eat it. You want to wait for the durian to fall down your head and hit your head, and you die. You want to always do the difficult things. In the case that the people who need you and you help. Because through my experience I share with you, when they need you, that you can harm others, they deceive you. When they need you and you help them, sometimes they turn around and they curse you. So it happened a lot. So many in the recent years, when they demand and ask you, when you have the time, you can help them. If you are busy, you can refuse. But for your family members, you cannot refuse. So you try to help them, even though within your family, as you mentioned to you, as you learn, the husband cause problem to you, the spouse cause problem to you, your parents cause problem to you. When you can overcome, then you are able to help the whole family. If you cannot, then you help your family in a limited way because they don't believe in you. You treat them, but they turn around and still curse you. They said because of this, because of that. It is not because of you. So for that reason, I advise for you, if you really love them, you love them completely, to help them even if they turn around and curse you, and you still thank them. In that way, you really express your true love and you can help them. But if you help them and they get healed and then they curse at you and you hate them, then your help is meaningless. That is my point. So when you transfer energy to this country or that country, you don't know that person is good or bad. You just transfer energy, then everyone they can benefit. So for that reason, in the future, when you go to the higher level in UE, me and you, we are the unknown soldier. We don't need our name to be well known. But we can create all of the blessing so that for us, for our children and grandchildren in the future, that is the important one. And more importantly, that is you're able to help the soul of your ancestor who passed away, and also those who are still alive, also the children, grandchildren now, and the children, grandchildren in the future, they are able to evolve to reach the deities. This is something that we need to do. This is the reality. I'm teaching you now, you can inherit, and in the future, your children and grandchildren, they can inherit. It's not for me. After I teach, you go home and I go elsewhere, we depart. We're not all in the same house. We're not all on the same road. But after the class, you go back home, you apply for your family, for your country, for your religion, not for the person of Master Dang. I don't need that. That is how I share with you, with the experience I went through, and with this experience I share with you so you can apply, so that you're able to apply to help yourself, your family, your communities. Now, I also love many students. You are only in level 16. I feel pity for my students who are in levels 18, 19. They don't know anything. As I teach them, they don't know. They know and they don't do it. As they don't know, and even if they know, they don't do it. They don't want to do it. As you see, they spend the time, the money to learn, to contribute, to help themselves and others, but they don't want to do it, so it is a pity for them. Those are in the 15% of those. They know it, but they don't want to do it. That is how I feel pity for them. That's why at night I pray, I send to all 5 continents, I hope so my student can be awakened. They want to inherit, they have to do the work to have the blessing. It doesn't mean that they can just sit there and all the people to do all the blessing and they can inherit the blessing. As they try to abuse the blessing from others, in a way they are reducing their lifespan. I know the spiritual world. I know about the hierarchy of the souls. So for that reason, all of the people who learn in the class, I present everything for you. I just advise for you only one point. You need to change your mentality so that your children and grandchildren, if you love them now and in the future, it doesn't mean it finish in this lifetime. You still have your children, grandchildren, and all the ancestors who passed away. They all benefit. They can really benefit with the real ability that you have. How come you don't want to do it? I'm not superstitious. I'm not abstract. I'm very practical. With everything I teach you for the past 18 years, the students all over the world, they have achieved successfully. They have seen the result in a material and a spiritual As I have reminded you in every class, I keep on reminding you, if you don't listen to me, then there's nothing I can do. It is up to you, your freedom of choice. I cannot force you. I only can remind you and request you so you can do it, so you can, you and your family can benefit not just for me, but for you. If you don't want to do it, there's nothing I can do. That is how I share with you. I know I understand for a number of students. For that reason, do not think that you learn high and you are better than those who are in a lower level. Yesterday I mentioned to you, I'm a master, I teach UE all over the world. My student only a level 2 who can teach paralysis in 2 days. I cannot do it. I tell you I cannot do it. I announce in front of all the students, I'm glad. I tell you the truth. That is the infinite blessing for that person. Master Dan cannot do it. My student level 2 with only chakra open 60% who can do it. That is how I want to remind and share with you. My responsibility is to share and to share with you, but I do not force you to do it. That is the freedom of choice of your body. However, I just want to remind you one point. You have the physical body just like me, but I can tell the soul can listen. Your body may be stubborn, but I tell your soul will listen. And your soul, if your soul cannot convert your body, and if your body is so stubborn, the soul will pray to the deities to return back. Then you will have faced a case of sudden death. That is the truth, including for myself. Now I'm still alive. If I've finished my mission, or my soul is teaching my soul, and my soul is so stubborn, then the soul will pray to God. Dear God, the body of Lưu Dang is so stubborn, and suddenly I'm teaching you like this, suddenly I just fall down and die. You don't have to go to the funeral. You don't have to pray for Master Dang. I tell you the truth, Master Dang, I give you my subject for you to learn. That is the truth. So do not feel sad or discouraged. Suddenly, somebody who dies, suddenly you don't feel sad. That is, the body didn't help the soul to evolve and learn. So you don't feel sad when that person have a sudden death. Anyone, whether it is your family members, close or far away, including Master Dang. Listen carefully. Do not think that Master Dang is any exception. So you have the subject to learn. Do not feel discouraged in that case. As you mentioned, that if you think like that, then you may improve. With everything, the result that you have, it belongs to God. Without failure, the wrong thing, it is yours. If you think like that, then you can progress further. That is how I think. Everything that is good, successful, it is God. And the bad, the failure, it is Master Dang. You have listened clearly, so now let me explain for you. When you think that all of the success, that is God who create all the bad or failures, the errors, that is your body who create. If you think like that, it is clever. However, when your soul have the ability, it can force the body to learn from high to low, good and bad, from sad to happy, from anger, hot temper. All the subjects are the means for you to learn to progress. But feeling sad, discouraged, anger, all of the wrongdoings, how many days you remember them? How many minutes you can remember them? How many seconds you can remember them? The more you remember, the more you suffer. If you don't keep them, then you don't have any suffering. All of this wrongdoing in your life, if you keep them in your memory, then you suffer more. If you erase them from your memory, then you don't have any suffering. So how you can erase them? All of the wrongdoings, all your mistakes, you have to clear them. Universal energy is very clever. All of the wrongdoing, you don't forget them. They always stored in your mind. You have to keep on remembering them. So I showed you a formula to practice, to travel out to space, to merge to other people, to merge to my soul, and you forget them. That is how you can clear them. I have the formula to clear them, to help you to return the state of wisdom enlightenment. Why? So you can help other people. Next question.
Дорогой мастер Данг, сердечно благодарю за возможность. Дорогой мастер Данг, сердечно благодарю за возможность получать знания и применять их. И у меня два вопроса. Отправляя заблудшие души к свету, начиная с базового уровня, мы уменьшаем инструмент магов. Они, возможно, в ответ начинают воздействовать на наших студентов. Как мы можем помочь друг другу? Можем ли мы как-то объединиться или использовать какую-то технику? И второй вопрос. Если ребенок гуляет в опасном месте, мы не будем размышлять о праве его на свободу выбора. Мы его уведем из этого опасного места. Но как быть с другим человеком, если он недостаточно быстро духовно развивается или своими действиями ухудшает свое положение в обществе, если это близкий человек? Пожалуйста, вот о концепции свободы выбора расскажите подробнее. Спасибо.
Dear Master Adam, I'd like to thank you greatly for the possibility that you give to learn, to obtain knowledge from you and to use it in our life. And now I have two questions. Beginning from basic level, we are helping wandering souls to go to the light. But that way, we are decreasing the number of tools that magicians are using. And in response, they can start doing certain things to affect, to influence students of universal energy. That's a question of mine. Is there a way how we can help also them, the magicians? Is there a way how we can do something so that all of us would be united, would be living in harmony? And the second question of mine is, if a child is strolling around walking in a dangerous place, we would not be thinking twice about his freedom of choice and would just take him away from that place of danger. However, how should we behave towards other people, other grown-ups, if they are developing slowly, if they are causing trouble, if their acts influence society even negatively? What should we do when they are grown up? Could you please speak about concept of freedom of choice more? Explain us more about this. Thank you very much.
To your question, as you asked, let me give you the answer. Now, as you know, when you learn to the higher levels, from level 7 and higher, whether it is the sorcerers or people who practice black magic, they do not want you to be close. Why? Because your energy, you are driving all of the wandering soul from these sorcerers. Including if they are your family members, they will refuse to meet you. I know this more than any of you. They will never, as people who practice black magic, they will want to cooperate with you, except when he don't want to practice black magic anymore. Then when he come to learn UE, then all of the wandering soul will return all to the light. Then they will work with you. In Vietnam, I have a few of them who volunteer to learn UE to help all of the wandering soul to return to the light. In the future, Or even if this sorcerer who died, all of these wandering souls that they capture will go through the light. They don't need to go through the rituals that to meet the demands for this wandering soul. But it happened already in my country, in your country, any country. These sorcerers who want to learn UE to help, for sure we are able to help them, and there's no problem. Listen carefully on that part. Now, when you mention, I give you the example. Let's say, for example, the child in a danger, because of the freedom of choice, when you see they're in danger, because of your love, you save them. Let's say the life of Master Living Tang in front of you. At that time when I was still in Vietnam, at that moment, I was about 10 years of age. You know what happened? I saw that child, the car hit the child. My Master Dang, at that time when I saw that child, I myself, I ran over and carried the child. You know what happened? The family of that, they cursed at me and yelled at me, even hit me. I was so unfortunate. And the people that said that your child is almost dying, and this young boy came to save, and then you are cursing. That is in my case. That is my case. And then my student, a level 4, from Paris to travel to Morocco. I said that in emergency that you have to place on chakra 7 and save the person. When you go to Morocco, and that person who fall down, and she placed it on his head, and he revived him. You know what happened? The police came and locked her in a jail for 8 days because she cannot touch that man since she's not his wife. No matter how she said that she was in jail. So they said that it's unlucky. Next time I tell you, when you go to Morocco, don't do that anymore. This is also a real case. So now we don't need to touch anyone. When you are in a high level, you can transfer energy in an emergency case, or you can merge. You can help the bad person to a good person. You don't even cause any social disorder. That person maybe, let's say that person, that child is about to jump down to a river. If you come close, the child might jump to the river, you might be in jail. So you can just stand right here to transfer energy. So instead of jumping to the river and he just fall down to the ground and have a minor injury, this is something you can do. I tell you, in each country they have their own strict law and regulation. You love and you try to help. But you may have these unfortunate case that happen to you. You save a person and you are in jail. You save a person from an accident and people come and curse at you. So what can you do? That is how it is in the human world. They don't understand much. In my country, it is very strange. They don't know anything, but they hit you first. And also in my country, in a village, and in some country, they execute you, and 300 years later, they just apologize, and nobody can say anything. That is how it is in the human world. So, if you want to help, we need to be the unknown soldier. That person cause problem to society, might have a mental problem. So each day you in silence, you transfer energy to help that person, so that person can help his own family and the society. And a false mental problem, then it's so easy, you can deal with it. You don't have to reveal that is you. Another situation I share with you, so you can have an experience. One of the school teacher who is a newbie student, a level 6 student, I tell you in level 6 you can transfer energy in the classroom to help the children in the classroom for their health, so they can do well and don't touch them. That is how I teach you. And the parents come, and the school teacher, every school in her school, the children are doing well. And she said that in the past these children, each day they have a health problem, but now as you learn EV and then you transfer energy, and they are doing well and they're healthy. And the parents of these children, and you know what happened to her? Their parents do not just thank, and they say to the school board, and the school board fire her because they think that she's practicing black magic on the children. So she was fired and she doesn't have any more money. She cannot be a school teacher. In the record, they show that she's practicing black magic, so she cannot be a school teacher anymore. That is many of the real incidents that happen in UE. I help so many people, but they don't listen to me. They listen to their spouse, and eventually they die. They listen to their family. They take the medicine and they die. I cannot stop them. I don't have the right. These are many of the influential people. They are severely sick on a wheelchair, and I treat them, and they can go back to work normally. They're able to recover 50 up to 70%. The family want to find a cure right away. Because of the position in government, they buy 10 pills. Each pill is 30,000 US dollars. After taking the first, the second, and the third pill, and then he end up in the morgue. No matter how he tried, but they forced him to take the medicine, and then he died. That is one of the influential people in one of the country that in the past I traveled to that country to help. You can see. It is so difficult in the human society. That's why in the human society it is so difficult. The deities merge right into you. Now, no matter how you say they believe in you, because they always like the fake, they don't like the real. So, in the future, all the people they will recognize what is the real and what is the fake. At that time, you can help them so easily in every situation. Now, it is still limited in this sense. We cannot blame them because of the level of each people is different. You cannot blame or hate them. You try to pray in a way so that people can understand the truth. The truth here, as I'm teaching you in this level 20, so that you can merge collectively, so that they can know what is real, what is fake, so you can help them. Therefore, I hope in the decade of the 21st century, now to the end of the year 2009, at the end of the first decade of the 21st century, the people will recognize what is real and fake, so we can help them to save them. It isn't to harm them. The two is different. I hope we're able to achieve that point for the sake of humanity, for the world, not just for the teaching of UE, not for the Master Lưu Minh Đán. That is how all of us, we contribute ourselves, our effort, using the infinite energy that the deity has given to us, so we can do it for humanity, for the world, for your country, for your people, for your own religion. So now we take a break, 1 hour break. So now we'll take a 1 hour break and we'll resume later. Yeah. In Belarus, you have the third question. So Belarus, you can continue ask the third question.
Здравствуйте, мастер. Меня зовут Виталий. 2 вопроса. Первый. Существует ли граница, предел материального космоса? Или это только иллюзия, инструмент для обучения? И второй вопрос. В человеческом обществе существует мораль. Это те неписанные нормы и правила, которые выработало человечество за многие века. Насколько в нашей жизни мы должны следовать принципам морали? Что полезного для себя мы можем из них извлечь? Спасибо.
Dear Master, my name is Vitaly. I've got 2 questions. My first one, are there any limits to material cosmos, material space? Or is that concept of a limit is an illusion that helps us to study, to learn more, to become more knowledgeable? And the second question of mine, human society has a concept of morale. It's a set of principles that were developed throughout centuries for social well-being, for social order. And the question of mine is, to what degree should we be following those rules? Should we be sticking to the principles of moral behavior within the society? Thank you very much.
Now, as you know, the physical world, in the physical world, including the Earth and other planets, as I mentioned to you, other planets, they do not have the human species except only on this Earth. I confirm that point for you. And I also mentioned to you, so you can understand, in 1990, 1991, in 1989, I had a chance to go to Europe. For the first time, I went to Europe to discuss about UE. The participant was about 300 people. Among these 300 people, there were scientists who researched on the UFO phenomenon who presented to me and asked for my opinion about the UFO phenomenon. I confirm, even though they present all the documents, I mentioned that they never have the UFO. And if you want to have a conference, then I would have a conference, all of you, to all of the specialists, not all, to all the general audience. There are many people who research in science, and when you go to the higher levels, you often ask me about the phenomenon of the UFO as they discover. I always confirm according to my understanding. On Earth, we never have the UFO from outer space, and also in outer space, they don't have the UFO. A number of you in the field of science, the UE student who presented to me, the UFO can travel here and there, in one continent to another. I give a very simple answer. I said that I'm not a scientist. However, the satellite, when you send out to space, each time when we return back to Earth, they always fall into the ocean because of the heat, and perhaps if they land on land, it would cause effect to the people around, surrounding. That's why the astronaut who control this satellite and they land in the ocean. And that is the first case that I answered. On the second case, when they mentioned about the case of the UFO that landed on the field and then aliens walk out of the spacecraft, I also mentioned to you, if there is the UFO, the spacecraft, then that would bring a lot of energy that they can fly from one planet to another planet, or from other planet to land on Earth. That is a very powerful energy. They need the fuel so that the spacecraft can fly. So when it landed on a field, then with that heat, it would burn everywhere. And that is only my simple explanation. And more than 40 years later, after 50 years, the scientists has researched since the 50s until the year 2000. The scientists in England, they spent the time and effort to research for 52 years about the UFO, and about recently 2 years, they announced that they spent the time and effort of after half of a century. The UFO does not exist, and there is no spacecraft that can land from outer space. So you can see they spend a lot of money and effort to research. There's only one point. When they hear one of the lieutenants in the 50s, one of the pilots who claimed that he saw some of the phenomenon, the British scientists researched for more than 50 years, and it turned out it is zero, nothing. I just want to share with you the reason the scientists that mentioned, explain the UFO in this way or that way, that is their own research. I had confirmed with you I'm not a scientist, but I know how to use universal energy from the time when I was a master. The deities had revealed to me the formula, the technique, the principles, whether they have or they don't have, so that I have the topics to teach you, so you know the truth, whatever it is in outer space. As you know, I'm not a scientist. I do not use the fourth dimension or higher dimensions, but the deities taught me to use in many dimensions beyond the third dimension on earth. Why? So we have the ability, we can help the three dimension in this world. Whenever they need, we are able to update. That is the teaching of UE as it is established since July 1989 until now. Now it is exactly 18 years. That is how I explain to you a few points so you can understand. Now, about social order, you talk about morality that we make. This is a human who make it at any time. At what time they devised the morality? It may be correct at that time, but may be wrong at this time. Now we talk about morality. First, the India. Second, in China, the rich and the wealthy, they do not marry people outside the family. I had a chance to travel to China, to Taiwan. They have the laws, the regulation, and with morality. The cousins with the same grandmother, they could not marry each other. And then 30 years ago, they do not let them marry, but 30 years later, they allow them to get married. So what is right and what's wrong? That is at the present time in Taiwan. 30 years ago, they forbid, and 30 years later, they allowed you. So what do? So they have the clear law. Who made it? So who's right and who's wrong? That is a law in Taiwan. And also in India, all the rich people, they can marry within the family because they are afraid of dividing their own asset, wealth. And within the recent 50 years, in China, they change. Perhaps they can marry outside the family, and the Chinese, they can marry any foreigners. 50 years ago, they could not. Only the Chinese can marry the Chinese, but later on, they change. They can marry the foreigners because they want to keep their own asset and the wealth. That is in a normal case. 50,000 years ago, 30,000 years ago, as you know, the king with many wives, with the wife, whether they have the same father or different mother, they marry each other. They cannot marry outside the family. So within their own family, they marry each other. Either they have the same father with different mother. That is the culture of the king and the queen in the past. So who's right and who's wrong? So in summary, all the means for us to learn, they're all correct. Maybe correct at one time in history, but wrong in another time. So nothing is right, nothing is wrong. If you know that point, depending on each case that you are applying, well, we cannot say that which one is right, which one is wrong. So, as I mentioned to you yesterday, only in relation with the laws and rules and regulation. In the beginning, they said like this, and they change later. So, who make the changes? It is the humans that make the change, not God. You can see the humans, depending on the level of the human, depending on time and space, depending on these leaders of the country, depending on the author writing the laws. Many years ago, the student asked me, who's God? I asked the student, God never been on earth. How come you refer to God as a man, not a woman? But I also elaborate further. I said it is the selfishness of the man who write the books, who describe the highest being as the man. If at that time, the author who are clever, but then now we would refer to God as a woman, not a man. That is on the spiritual part. For us, as we live in this human world, you are the scientist, and you say that with evidence, with clear evidence, that you can believe. But the scientists say yes, and I asked them, I said that there's one person without a husband, but she has a child. I said that is the Virgin Mary. She gave birth to Jesus Christ. They know it is a fact. They say that they don't believe because they may lose their own license. He just said that you have to remember, with evidence you can believe. And I said there's one woman without a husband and she can marry, and that is the Virgin Mary with the Immaculate Conception. So now, do you think it is right or wrong? So do you believe or not? The Catholic, you believe or not, it is up to you. But I myself, I believe that Mary can give birth to Jesus Christ. For you, the Catholic, you have to believe. Because if you don't believe, you would lose your religion, you may lose your license. So no matter how you research, so the fake becomes the real and the real becomes the fake. So you have to believe. So now, which one is right and which one is wrong? I have many subjects. And many of these subjects I share with you as the means for you to learn to progress. So the morality in the human world, that is for the benefit of the king and the queen of the powerful people. You talk about morality. The morality, like in China, it is very complex, but because of the powerful people that make up, the other people have to listen. The only people who make a mistake, they will be executed. But the rich and wealthy, powerful people, they make a mistake, they are not executed. In Europe, I know that in England, from the Catholic doctrine, you cannot divorce or remarry. In the royal family, they divorce and they change from the Catholics to the British system so they can remarry. So now in morality, who's right and who's wrong? They can change the law, the powerful and rich people. So the morality, basically, it belongs to the rich and powerful people. And for the ordinary people, then we are always at loss. They do wrong, they get praised, but we do wrong, then we are executed. And even if we don't do wrong, they can execute us also. That is how it is in the human world. Who make all of this? If you can understand this, then you try your best to learn, so you're able to solve, to merge, so that all the people can have wisdom. It is not for Master Dang or you, but for the whole human world. I do not want to remake the same mistake of the past. I don't want to go back to the old path that we keep just for our selfishness, but to share for the whole world. That is our mistake we made 200,000 years ago. I don't want to make that same mistake. That is how I want to share with you. When you ask about morality, I share with you and I prove to you clearly so you know. If you know the truth like that, then with everything that you have learned, you try your best to share, to change for all the people so they can benefit just like us. We are benefiting right now, as we have the ability to contribute to help mankind. That is how I explain for you about the morality. Donas, can you check the battery of the master? Tại cái microphone của thầy lúc được lúc nó mất tiếng thưa thầy. Yeah. Donas, can you change the battery for the master? Yeah.
So the student, he is having two questions. The first question is, can you give me any kind of ritual how we are able to defend us against witchcraft doctors or so-called sorcerers? This is the first question. And the second question, in our family, we have a problem with our ancestors. So my father is in contact with his father who already passed away, and he's deeply connected with him. This is my opinion, and my father is thinking, but my father is not believing in this. And how can I solve this problem that I have with these ancestors? Did you understand this question clearly, Ru?
Now, Ralph, you're talking about some problem with the ancestor, right? Is it
Yes.
that
So,
the father of this student trying to contact his father, meaning that his this student grandfather, and to try to solve some problem?
I try to clarify. So the student is thinking that his father has a deep connection with the father of his father, so with his grandfather,
yes.
that they were still connected with each other. And he is saying that his father is not believing in this, but he is sure that this is causing problems. And he's asking whether the master could give any advice to solve this problem with the ancestors. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now let me answer to these two questions for you first. When you come to level 7, like yesterday I mentioned to you already, and this morning I also reminded you, all of the witchcraft doctors, whether they are your family members, they would avoid from seeing you. They will never come to near you. Because when they come near you, you have the ability, when you come to visit the house of these witchcraft doctors, all of the wandering soul will evolve and return to the light, and they don't have any more power. This sorcerer, they don't have any more power. That is the reason. These sorcerers or witchcraft doctors, they never want to see you. Whether they are your close friend or family members, they would stay away from you. That is, I confirm this point. So you know the power and energy that the deities have given to you, it is to help the wandering soul so they can evolve. So you do not have to worry. Those who need to worry is not you. It should be these witchcraft doctors or the sorcerer, they worry when they see you. If you know in your family there are the soul of the ancestors who are in the family, I have a formula. With this formula in the level 18, you can do it. Listen carefully. After you complete the level 18, then you can apply this formula. Then all of the soul of the ancestors, if they're still staying in your family, then they will return back to the deities to evolve. So you don't have to worry, with the condition that you graduate the level 18. Then for sure, in the level 18, with everything that is necessary in the beginning of level 18, I will clearly explain for you. So you have the ability and the condition as you ask, and will answer and share with you my experience, so you can apply to help yourself and you can help other people. On this part, I will record, and in the level 18, I will answer clearly for you. Now go on to the next question. Next question.
That's Holland.
Yes.
Oh, don't we have a second question?
I think so. Yeah, one more question
Yes.
from Germany. Sorry.
So two questions for Germany, right?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, we finished the Second World War. No fights between Germany and Holland.
We have seen pictures. We have seen pictures from the new antenna, which is already existing in Australia, the new big antenna model. In the garden of the master, and I would like to know whether we could have some more informations about the antenna model. Can you please explain more about the big antenna model in the garden of the house of the master? Dankeschön.
Now, if you want to know how come I placed the antenna in the past, I have decided to make the big antenna. The first one, it is in Australia, and then we'll make several ones to prepare. I explain to you in both ways because of the threat of Earth. We do not know where the energy, the powerful energy, come from to Earth. It may cause some problem, whether it is within or outside the Earth. Inside or outside Earth, that might cause the temperature change, the change in the global climate. That would be a threat of Earth. I don't have the ability, but then as I learned from the deities, to solve the problem with global warming in general, but also to help in Australia as well as other regions in many countries around the world. So for that reason, after I received a message from the deities, I designed the special antenna model, the three-sided, each side with the 3 holes, and inside that pyramid there is a special antenna made of copper. And I have this design with 6 connectors that is used for the television and as well as the computer connectors. From a scientific perspective, I learned as I received the message from the deities, all of the energy that may influence the region where I live, that energy will be drawn into the antenna to neutralize them. So there is no effect by the powerful energy that may affect Earth or affect Australia or Melbourne where I reside, because all this negative energy is neutralized as the effect of the warm climate or the change of the climate in the area where I live. That is from a physical aspect, from a scientific aspect. As a number of you who research in field of science, in the high-rise building, you use the lightning rod to deal with the case when there is lightning or thunderstorm. It is neutralized, but for us, we don't need the negative pole. We don't need to use a negative polarity that used as a ground. I only use the antenna model. I only need to receive the energy through the antenna model and neutralize that energy. And this is something I can do. This I believe we can achieve, and we will not have any problem due to the case of a storm or thunder that may cause some problem to the area where we live. I did not experiment yet. I know for sure when we connect from the antenna model to connect to the television, perhaps we are able to have better reception, and in the future we are able to catch many of the channel far away that they may need satellite. I do not experiment. After I build the antenna, I am so busy with many of the teaching schedule, I did not have the time to research further on the antenna model. And that is the point we are able to stop the effect of the energy from outer space that would cause some problem into the region. From a spiritual perspective, all 5 continents, we have the soldier who died directly or indirectly, and all of the souls who die who never been evolved in many aspects. How can we solve the problem with the clean air without the pollution or contamination due to the soul of this being that they are not able to evolve? With this antenna model, will help all of the soul from the past until now. They are not able to evolve. Now they can return to the deities, whether they die 5,000 years or 50,000 years, they will return back to the deities, except those who have the mission to protect and to help the human world. Then for sure, they have the responsibility from the deities, then they do not return back. My point is, close to the antenna model, we have the monument of the unknown soldier, those who sacrifice for the human race. From the moment when man appear on earth, I also received the clear message as the monument of the unknown soldier in Australia right here. Not all that return here, it's not all that reside there. For those with their mission and responsibility from the deities, then they follow the order to help mankind. They do not go back. That is because God had given the mission and duty to these souls. For that reason, as I make the antenna model to solve, to purify the air without the influence of the unknown wandering soul, and also to solve the case of purify the air, and we're able to neutralize the effect of all of the energy from outer space. That is the reason that I make the antenna model. The first one had been placed in Australia, and in the future, in many countries, many centers who request it, I will make a decision wherever you request. So it is up to you whether you send a request. There are many from America and from other countries here ask for my permission. I mentioned that they need to contact the manufacturer to help you, so that they can send to you when you place the order. That is about the antenna model. Right here, when they have the photograph post on the website, as you see through the email, and as you can see through the website, and from Australia, we send the photograph that you have seen with the antenna model. So now, next question. Donas, it seems like the voice of Master keep on dropping in and out. You know why? Right now, I don't hear the Master. During the lecture, sometimes the Master is keeping dropping out.
Donaas, het is niet goed. We zeggen hier net eerst moet de meester zijn batterij vervangen worden. Nou zit er een draadje bij hem los.
We just repositioned his microphone, and when he was twisting his head, he was covering the mic, and then he would turn
Ja, maar ik zeg al, er zit een draadje bij hem los. Hè?
Ja, maar dat ga ik niet vertellen.
Nee, natuurlijk niet. Mogen we een vraag stellen al?
Ja, you're next.
Oké. Goed in de microfoon, dichtbij.
Meester, ik vind het fijn om u weer te zien.
Master, I am happy to see you again after a few years. My question is now about the pyramid. The pyramid you just spoke about.
Ik heb 2 jaar geleden
2 years ago, during a meditation, I received a message that I should construct such a pyramid in my garden, and this pyramid should have measures of 1.69 meters, that is 13 square. The reason was to help the earth, and it should have been built from copper and alumina. I did not construct it yet. I have prepared a place in my garden for this pyramid. And a few weeks ago I saw a picture of the antenna pyramid that you placed in Melbourne. And I'd like to know if the measurements that I received in my meditation are correct. The form that I received was a little bit different than what I saw on the picture. I made a pyramid, or I should construct a pyramid made of 13 layers of alumina on a copper basement. And the total, this pyramid should be placed on glass feet so that it is insulated from the earth. So this is my first question. So the measure that you received was 1.69 meters. That means square of 13. Yes. Second question is.
De tweede vraag die sluit ik hierbij aan.
In
1999 heb ik een
in 1999 I received a written message that was about helping the earth with energy. And this message contained that we would be helped by beings of other planets. These are not physical beings, but spiritual beings. And that happened in that period afterwards. And my feeling now is that the same could happen with the Big Pyramid. When we have built it and constructed it, that beings from other planets will help us to protect the Earth. Can you please elaborate more about this? Thank you, Master.
Now, as you know, through these two questions from the students in Holland, each of you in a different way, but for me, each time, regardless when I do something, the means for you to learn, to practice, to learn, else or receive the message from deities, then I would dare to do it. As you remember, in February 1999, I have drawn the antenna, the height of 1 kilometer, and later on I tried to make a design of a 13-meter antenna. Then I saw there's some problem, so I prayed to the deities. So at the end, I made the antenna of 76 centimeter, three-sided. Inside we have 3 circles. That is the antenna to neutralize all of the energy and receive the energy from the universe, so that we are able to use it as electrical energy or to use it for telecommunication in the future. At the present time, as I had presented to you, first, we are able to help to purify the air without any contamination, to halt the influence of the negative energy that may cause some damage to the area where we reside. That is the reason that I placed the antenna at the ancestral altar in Australia, and in the future and everywhere, depending on your wish, then you can order the antenna so that you are able to protect the region where you live. Eventually, many people would make the design just like that. But the point I want to make here is I let you practice. In the level 19, you can merge to that small antenna right here. As you go to level 20, you can merge collectively. Now, I know you don't have the ability, but I try my best to train you so you have the ability, so that you can merge into the big antenna. That for the past few weeks, I only merged into the 2 antennas, one in Australia and one in Vietnam. And in the future, there will be many big antennas that we send to many countries. Each day, my mission is to merge to the inanimated object, that my soul is always there to protect the environment, to protect in the scientific as well as in the spiritual aspect. This is something I can do. The deities allowed me to do this. The deities allowed me to act. Therefore, the meaning of the antenna, it will be just like an object for decoration, so people can come to visit, but in fact it's not like that. In fact, as I had mentioned to you, it had the effect from a scientific perspective and also the effect in a spiritual aspect. On both, we are able to solve. Then for sure it is beneficial for Earth in general and the region where you live in particular. I confirm this point. This is the fact, because this is not me who made it. Just like yesterday, I presented to you the antenna model, the small antenna model, inanimated object. As I sit in Australia, I transfer energy to Thailand. 200 antenna was lighting up. It never exists, but it happened. To prove to you, in a higher level, you only need to know how to use universal energy to transfer energy here and there without any limit. You're able to solve the case of sickness. You can transfer energy to the water. You're able to eliminate the toxin and to purify the water, to clean the water people can drink safely. All this situation, it is not that you are using black magic. But that ability is God who gave you the ability to use universal energy to solve all over the world. So with everything you learn, with everything you can do, the purpose for us now is to take care of our family. In the future, you can take care of the whole world. You'll be surprised how come I do not allow you to use the UV water and the UV garlic water freely. I have my own reason, because they don't believe in us. I don't need them to believe in us, but it's not the right time yet, because they think they have all the ability, so let them do it themselves. When they ask for us to help them all together, at that moment, we can save them. It's not too late. It's so easy. Only 30 seconds, it is sufficient. In 30 seconds, you can merge 2 million people easily without any problem. That is the lesson you are about to learn. The time we still have, to have the time here, meaning to teach you, so that you have a chance to serve, to contribute, to help the communities around the world. With everything I have taught you for the past 18 years, from low to high, you have achieved the result, whether only 5%. That would be using the brain many more percent, more than 6%. But you have achieved perhaps 50 to 60% of the brain. Then you can see how much the percentage of the brain that you use. You think about it and you would know. And what are the dimensions that you use beyond the 3 dimensions? How many dimensions have you used? You are using the combined dimension out in space. Listen carefully. Combine all of the dimensions, because you have been and you continue to apply. You have seen the result. To contribute to help the communities in the world, in humanity. I explained for you clearly on that point through the presentation of this student. I'm glad that this student was able to communicate with the deities to help to protect the earth. And it's your own soul and my soul. Who are they? We are from these planets out in space. The light of the sun, the light of the stars, from the galaxies. We are returning here. So we know the power and the effect of universal energy. We know how to use, to deal, to stop the effect. That is the mission of my soul, the mission of your souls. But with my body and your bodies, all of us, we don't have any ability. We don't know anything. No matter if how famous you are as a scientist, you cannot do anything, because you do not know. How can you do it? As I know and you know, as I teach you, to teach your body to understand, but your soul, I do not need to teach you. Your soul already have it. I just remind you, you remember. Why? So that your soul can just request your body to do it, and you do it successfully, except your body is so stubborn. In summary, your body is so lazy, you don't want to do it. If you're so lazy, you don't want to do it, it is your own freedom of choice, then the soul cannot do anything. The soul will say bye-bye, to leave the body. Then you will depart, because you don't die, you just go on a different path. And you would die, meaning your body would die. The soul will leave the body to go elsewhere. When the soul leaves the body, then the body dies. The soul will continue on a journey to help mankind. That is how I explain for you clearly on that point. Next question.
Is Holland having a second question?
Yes.
Dick, can I ask you quickly, can you move your microphone a little bit further away from your mouth? Because it's quite loud. Thank you.
Okay. Ja, ik zie me wel duidelijk.
Goedenavond, Master Dang.
Good evening, Master Dang.
Bedankt voor deze
Thank you for this wonderful occasion to learn so many things.
En bedankt ook de hele organisatie.
And thanks to the whole organization of Universal Energy that makes this possible.
Mijn eerste vraag.
My first question is,
U heeft in het eerste deel van de sessie
you have told in the first part of this seminar
over een hogere ziel die in
opkomen
about a higher soul that will come into us
vanaf niveau 18.
starting from level 18.
Betekent dat
Does it mean
dat onze ziel
that our soul
naar God gaat en
will go to
andere
God
ziel
and another soul
plaats inneemt?
will take the place of our soul?
U zei ook iets over
You also said
dat de zielen
that
niet zullen
the
komen
souls
gestorvenen,
will not come from people who died on this earth,
maar van de
but
zielen
will
van
come
andere planeten.
from the souls from other planets.
Kunt u daar iets meer
Can
over
you
uitleggen?
please elaborate more about this?
Mijn tweede vraag.
My second question is,
Ik heb gezien hoe fantastisch
I have
universele
seen
energie
how wonderful universal energy
werkt om
is working
gezondheid in mensen terug te brengen.
to bring back health into human beings.
Dat moedigt mij elke dag aan
This encourages me every day
om door te gaan
to continue to send energy.
Wat mij ook is opgevallen,
What I also noticed
is dat
is
heel veel mensen
that many people
wel in hun gezondheid verbeteren,
improve in their health,
maar niet in hun,
in their physical health,
maar niet in hun conditie, niet in hun absoluut
but
vermogen.
not in their condition.
En mijn vraag aan u is,
My question is,
kan universele energie helpen om
can
mensen
universal energy help
in hun conditie, hun absolute vermogen te versterken?
to increase the general condition of people?
Voorbeeld daarvan is
An
een vriendin van
example,
mij,
I have a girlfriend.
die heeft ervaringen gehad in Japan. En
She had been prisoner during the war in Japan,
en ze heeft nog steeds
and still she suffers
veel slaap nodig
and needs a lot of sleep. She has diminished capacity of doing things, all because of that things that she endured during the war.
Wat kan ik doen?
What can I do to help her?
En voor vele andere
And many other people who had similar problems, who have similar problems. Thank you, Master.
So the question of the students, let me answer for you, so you are able to learn and do progress. Now let me explain for you. When you complete the level 18, the soul from the level 18, with the ability to help other people. Why? So that you are able to merge to help others, you travel out to space easily. With your own soul, you are able to evolve higher. First, you can return to the deities, or who knows? It is your own soul, right here. You can merge to other who are level 4, level 5 students. They are no strangers. Why? So that later on, these people who come to level 4, level 5, and you can help these people, so they come to level 18, and then their soul will go further, and several times like that, then your soul, the former soul right now, will return to the deities, or evolve higher. In that cycle, that is how you can go from low to high. However, as I explained to you yesterday as well as today, you are very fortunate that you can benefit, so you try your best to apply so you are able to benefit further. If unintentionally you do not want to benefit, and you don't take care of yourself, you don't take care of other people, then it is your own fault. Then it is a pity for you, not for your soul. Your soul is high to come to help you. And if you do not know the value of the soul and you give up this opportunity, then it is a pity for your own body. Therefore, do not worry about the fact that your former soul can go elsewhere. Just like yesterday and today I mentioned to you, your soul had been from other planets far away beyond this earth that come to you These are the souls that have full knowledge. But your body, you're not aware of anything. Therefore, the body of Master Liming Dang here, teach your body so you know. And then with the soul of Master Liming Dang, merge with your soul, all of you here, to help your body so you are able to achieve faster. That is the purpose of a new soul, to help you with wisdom, so you are able to help others to have the wisdom just like your body at the present time. It is not that your soul is evolved from the lower life form. If it is from the animal, you evolve and you are not able to reach that wisdom and enlightenment because the lower life form, the animals, they are low. Their level of evolution is so low, they are not able to grasp, to learn fast like this. It's not all over the world. You can, everybody can learn just like you and me. They are still limited in many sense. It is not their fate, it's not their time, it's not their level. So for sure they cannot come and learn just like you. Therefore, it is your soul you are able to merge to help these people. Why? So you can help their soul to evolve, so to help the body with healthy. That is the purpose of the higher level in UE that the deities had revealed to me and I teach you. That is the higher levels in UE. To help you, each person, and in each level you are able to learn and you understand, you are able to achieve to help yourself and you can help others. Now if you want to help the condition around, let's say tonight you practice, let's say you want to help the condition. Now you are the Dutch, tonight you practice. You receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to the whole country of Holland. Then you send to Amsterdam, you send to the neighboring region, or you transfer energy to the region where you live. That is how you are able to help the environment. You can. I show you the technique. It's not that you cannot do it. And then the surrounding, the environment, let's say contaminated with a lot of chemicals. So each time when you practice, you transfer energy to the region where you live. You transfer energy to many of these plants that they have many of the chemicals that are in the neighboring region where you live. So you are able to succeed not to help yourself, and you are able to help the people around you to help them with their health. And now, in the case, the girlfriend of this student, I show you a way you can help. Remember, I would explain further for you in level 18. Remember. Now, I share with you, but in level 18, I share further. Your girlfriend, due to the fact that she has the mental shock due to the trauma of war, so I have a way. After the level 18, at the level 18, I will show you further. Now, I just share with you partially. Each day you don't have to treat anywhere. You just receive a light of God for 2 seconds and send to the head of that person 3 seconds. And you use transfer energy like that 9 times. Then you merge with the soul of your girlfriend 1 time each day. After half of the month, then she can recover from these shocks. She will lead a normal life after 2 weeks. But remember, you have to be level 18. After you complete the level 18 on the 24th, then on the 1st of July, you can do it. You transfer energy and merge. After the 15th of July, then that person will return back to normal. That is how you can bring the joy to this student, as your girlfriend has the trauma of the shocks. Not just this student, all the students in this class. If you have the similar situation, you can apply the formula that I teach you, but you have to be on the level 18. On level 18, I will show you more about the techniques so you can apply to help the case, similar case as this student had asked. Now go on, next question.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes,
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, the person, this is coming from the city of Mashhad in Iran. 2 questions. Number one, dear Master, do we have to apply travel to space technique each time we want to transfer energy to people? And the second question is, people who come to our home on regular basis, like the servants who are staying with us and living with us, could we give them the UE water? And also, this student would like to know what would the life after death be like for the UE students, and how can we make contact with the prophets, specifically Prophet Muhammad here in Iran, in order to find out if he is satisfied with the request that he had asked from us to do. Is that clear?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, in the case, to avoid the case, now, for your treatment technique, I advise for you, let's say after the night you sleep, in the morning when you wake up. My point here is, in the morning when you wake up, you spend 10 or 15 minutes, you just practice 5 minutes, and after you practice 5 minutes, whether your body can travel out to space or you cannot travel out to space, after 5 minutes, then you can transfer energy to everybody. Then you are done. This is the most effective way. But during the day, if you need, then you can just treat people. You can just transfer energy to treat people. That's no problem. It is not necessary to practice before you transfer energy to heal. At any time, when you need to transfer energy to help people, you can do it. I don't want you to worry. So you just spend 10-15 minutes. After you practice, then you can just transfer energy to help people. Then during the day, you don't have to worry. Or during the day, when you encounter a special situation, you're able to transfer energy without any problem. There's no effect in case whether you practice or not when you are transfer energy to heal people. So you listen carefully on that point. Now, for those who are working in your home, you drink the UE water, then they have to drink the UE water just like when they are in your home, you can drink without any problem. That is the UE water. However, if the worker in your home or the people who work in your home, if they are sick, then they can drink the UE garlic water if they like to drink. That is a special case because you have to protect the health of these people, the worker in your home, so they can work and help your family. So I decide to allow you, the people who work in your home, they can drink. That is how I solve all other cases. So if you wish, testing.
You're back.
Yeah. Now, if you wish to communicate with a high being in your religion like Muhammad, I give you my opinion. Now, if you wish to contact, you can practice. After you practice, you pray to my soul to merge with you. Remember, I will show you the technique clearly. So you pray. If you can contact the energy from Muhammad, so you can ask. I tell you, you can do it. The reason I tell you to pray to my soul to merge with your soul, so that I can help your energy, so that you are able to connect to the energy of the high being in your religion, so they can teach you on the spiritual path. So you can help your religion, you can help your people, you help your country, you help your family. This I confirm you can do. Remember, in level 18, starting on the 1st of July, then you can apply the technique of level 18. However, in the next few days, when I teach you the technique of level 18, I will explain clearer for you, I show you the technique clearer for you. so that you have the chance, you go back home on the 1st of July, you are able to apply the technique of level 18 that you learn. Now, your soul, as I had explained to you yesterday as well as today, if you have a chance to learn further, or if you are among the 85% of the people who succeed, then at the moment of death, you prepare. You prepare for your soul. If you don't want to merge to anyone, you don't want to be on earth, then you return to the deities. You don't enter anyone else. However, if your soul, you want to use another body to serve, to help people, to help the community in the world or your religion, then you prepare, think of another body, so you can help that soul to evolve, so you can use that body, so your soul can continue on your journey to contribute, to help the family, to help your country, to help your religion, and to help the community in the world. You can do it. But you have to prepare with the condition that you have to choose a healthy body with the ability to serve, to help people. It doesn't mean that you die and then you love your grandparents or have your parents there, the elder and the weak, and you try to merge, and you are not able to help them because of their weak health. So I share with you first, because this program, I'm going to teach you in level 18. As you ask this question in level 18, I'll answer for you more, but now I just give you a briefly in a level 18. I will elaborate further if you wish to learn more on this subject. If you need, then I will guide you further on this subject, and now I'm ready to answer for you on that part. Now go on, next question.
Portugal has 2 questions.
Master, you have told us that we live in a world of illusion. Then, is there a method or technique to get past all these illusions and be focused on the essential? And this French student heard you talking about the light of joy, and he wants to know if he can go on practicing this as well as the heartbeat control technique. And he wants to know if this should be done during or out of the exercise to travel out to space. Now this is the question from the second student. He wonders if it will be possible to transform our body in antiparticles in order to move from the past to the future and backwards again. How can we know that we are moving from our destiny? And how can we find balance while personal material interest keeps on being the main purpose in this woman world? And finally, a student is having an allergic reaction to the garlic water due to the alcohol it contains. She wonders, because her liver doesn't process the alcohol, she wonders if she can boil the water. Thank you, Master.
Now, as you know, in the human world, not in this time or in this century, let me repeat, in this world, we are living in a world of illusion and fake. There is no truth. That is the environment due to culture, family, society that causes us to live in illusion. So how can we find the truth? That's why we have to accept this illusion. However, if we can recognize the truth, meaning you need to have a technique to learn to do it, then you can have the reality that comes to you. That is starting from the level 16, that your false body you can transform into energy. That is the truth. your soul, that is the reality. Then with this you have everything. To have everything, the present as well as in the future, with the condition that you practice. Now in level 18 you still have your limitation, but when you go to level 20 it is infinite in a way that you are able to merge to all of the people around the world, not just in any country or any people. I can do it, then you can do it. I had promised to the student already, everything that I have, I teach you, you can do it just like me. So that you, me, together we hold hands to help the communities in the world. That is how I share with you. The truth would come to you in this class. The truth come to you in this level 16. Now, this fake body, due to nutrients, the gene from the ancestor that nurture us in this physical body, then we can transform this false physical body into a real body, that is universal energy. That is how I explain for you clearly. In the false, you can have the truth. Now, I explain for you. If you want to bring the light of joy to us without the distraction from the external source, without fear, without distraction, without busyness, with the condition that when you are free, you can receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds. At any time, when your mind, you constantly receive 2 seconds and send 3 seconds, either you are going to the movie or you are enjoying yourself or you are working, whenever in your mind, in your thought you have a distraction in one way or another, then instead of thinking or being distracted, then you receive the light of God around 2 seconds, send 3 seconds here and there. Then suddenly you can clear that distraction. That point is where you can bring the light of joy to you, so you can help people. It's so simple. So I repeat again for you, at any moment when your thought, when you think of this or that distraction beside the fact that you are focusing on a point, so you are also thinking, in that sense, you are thinking of receiving the light of God aura into your chakra 7, 2 seconds, and send 3 seconds to A, B, or C, to this region or that region, then suddenly you clear this distraction. That is a point that you can replace by bringing the light of joy to you. When the light of joy comes to you, the people around you will receive the light of joy just like you. They will be happy. That is how you can practice in a simple way, but you will see many effective results. Now, if you wish to know, I'm the master, LUONG just like you in the past. As I learned, I don't know anything. 20 years later, from 1972, I learned until 1992. After 20 years, my body traveled out with my soul to go out to space. When I look back, I don't see anything. I see that the body disappeared. That is real. But I did not believe. I pray to deities, when I can teach you, the student who can practice to transform the body into energy, then I could believe. In fact, after 13 years from the time I travel out to space, then it is your turn, my student. You practice to travel out to space for real. Then I know, at the present time and in the future, the human world will receive the blessing of God to have wisdom and enlightenment, to contribute to help the community in the world. That is how I want to explain and share with you. For that reason, as I mentioned to you in the previous seminar, just like in this one, how come the scriptures, the ancient text 6,000 years ago in Israel? I'm a Vietnamese, how do I know? At the present time, I cannot read the Hebrew text. The alphabet or the numbers, I do not know. But how come the Hebrew text 6,000 years ago, I can decipher only one question from the Jew student? That the Jewish student asked the question about the meaning of the flag of Israel, what is a symbol and what is the significance. I still remember, about 8 years ago, I answered the question. I mentioned that in the Hebrew text that it was written If in the future Israel have the flag just like this, but they need to have two circles, the big and a small circle right in the middle of the flag, then the Jew perhaps would be very intelligent, can help all over the world. But I do not know how the flag they designed correctly, but they missed the two circles, meaning the yin and yang. That's why they are limited. They are not able to fully help the whole earth. The Jewish student, he was so surprised. So he asked many of the teacher in Israel who refer back to the Hebrew text. In fact, in the Hebrew text did mention about that. That is one of the facts to the student in Israel. Each time when the Jew student, when they come to learn in person with me, that I do not know the face of the spiritual master in Israel, they always send their greeting toward me. I'm a stranger toward them, I do not know them. I only give an answer about 8 years ago. That was in the past. In the future, as I'm teaching you, whatever you do, it is 200,000 years in advance. If I'm not here, it might take, if the deity do not reveal, then it might take 200,000 years for the human to reach this stage, to learn, to have this ability that you are learning right now, to learn to have the body to transform into energy, to learn to help the soul to evolve from low to high, to learn in a short time that you are able to apply in parallel physically and spiritually that you are doing at that moment. People would take 2 persons 70 years of learning, but you only 7 days you are able to learn and achieve in both scientific and spiritual. That is how I explain for you. That is the past and the future. If you wish, you can try to learn, try to practice, try to help other people. Then I have promised to you already, there will be 1 billion Master Learning Dang on earth. Not just one Master Learning Dang, 1 billion. I hope among them that with all of you, 85% of you will achieve, and also pray that the 15% of you would be able to achieve just like me. Why? To help the communities in the world, not me. Because I'm also working, I help other people. So you do the same way, you help people. I do not need you to help me. That is how I share with you. Now, you want to have the balance in the material and the spiritual. You need to remember, you need to use the material as the means to help us to learn to develop on the spiritual path. So, you need the material, but we do not fall into the trap of the material or hang into the material. The material are just the means for us to develop on the spiritual path. If you are greedy to hang on to the material, if you have 1 and you want 10, and then you have 100 and you want 1,000, in that way you will be suffering for your whole life. Then with greed, you would never have that balance. Because you have 1, you want 100, and 100 you want 1,000. So how you can the balance? Because if you are greed, the more greed you have. So in the past, supposedly you have the balance of spiritual and material, and you want to have more and more. The material and the spiritual is standing still. If the material is here and the spiritual is rising, then you are able to solve the material. Then even if you don't want to, it will be high. In the spiritual, you have everything. In the material, it is limited. In the spiritual, it is infinite. You think you have the material, you can buy everything? No. You have the blessing, you have the ability from the deities, then you can buy everything. Meaning that you use love to buy others. Doesn't mean you use money to buy people. To bring the joy to people, it is wrong by using money. That is how you can establish that balance. You use the means to find the truth, and in the truth it contains everything. That contains the past, the present, and future. The fake one, it is limited in the material world. You know, there are so many houses in America. There are many families in America. They have a career for 50 years. In only 15 minutes, they only have a t-shirt and a pair of shorts. Everything is disappear. Just one tornado, everything is disappear. Only a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. They lost everything. That is a natural disaster, the storm and tornadoes. But they can still have their life. And there are other cases, after the night, in the morning they lost everything, lost the husband, the wife, the asset, losing everything, even themselves. So you'd rather die and being stay behind and lose everything. It doesn't mean I say that many people would have to suffer the same fate, but as we know that we have to prepare for our future. To prepare for our future, meaning the blessing that for us and for our children and grandchildren. And if our children and grandchildren can receive the blessing when you are alive, you can see that they receive the blessing, or when we die, we can see better than when you die, you see that they are suffering. Meaning that you are dead and you see that your family are unfortunate comparing to others, that will be more suffering for you. That's why your soul cannot go anywhere. That is how I want to share with you. If you want to establish that balance, then you try your best to build, to develop the spiritual path through the energy that you have, the abundant source of universal energy that you are able to apply to help yourself and benefit for your children and grandchildren in the future. In that way, if you don't want to, you establish the balance. If you do not want to reach higher on the spiritual path, but you will. And now in the case of the garlic water, you use the water and with the ingredient, it's so now, as you know, this the ingredient, and this is not me who make up this ingredient. One night, the deity revealed to me, and you know, when I published the Iwi garlic water, I myself I believe, but I do not believe much. So after I make the Iwi garlic water, I have to drink myself. I have to test it first. 10 minutes later, I feel the result. Just like when I teach you in level 13, I do not believe. I said, how come you can control the soul of the cell? So that's why the deities know that I'm stubborn, I do not believe. So they let me get sick. And I apply the technique as the deity taught me. After I apply and I heal myself, so that's why I have to teach you. I do not learn. But if the deity teach me, I learn. And when I learn, I have to apply it. When I see the result, then I can teach you. If not, then I would not teach you. It doesn't mean that I don't believe in the deities. I do. But I have to see it, I have to apply it to see the result. Then I can teach you. In the past until now, it is always the same. From the moment I learned in 1972 until now, I'm still the same in that way. I know that I have the ability, but I have to do it. When I see it, then I can teach. If not, then I don't teach. That's how I share with you. So now, go on, next question.
Master, just today, this is a question from one of the students. Just today, we talked about the quantum theory and about children with handicaps. My son was born with one handicap, and the doctor applies homeopathy, frequencies, and energies. Can I, myself, treat him with the energy, with the universal energy? How can I do it, Master? The second question, Master, can we do the journey into space that you teach us in this level, being conscious? Can we remember what we learned in that journey? And the other question from the other student, doing the exercises to transform the body into energy, I felt different, I've had different sensations, different among themselves. The most important is that I felt the energy in the whole body, but nothing else. Could you please, Master, show us something else, elaborate about the sensations that we have when we do the journey into space? And what is this journey about? And the last question, Master, when we die, I think that we see our life as if it was a video. Is it possible that our soul asks for a reincarnation in a body that comes to the earth and pay for all the bad things that this person has done in the previous life? Thank you, Master.
Now, through your question, let me answer for you. So you can use this means to learn and you can progress. Now, yesterday I had mentioned to you, for the first time in level 16, I explained in the case of universal energy as it transforms into the case that can influence the children with handicaps. In the field of science, we talk about universal energy, but from a spiritual aspect, these are the negative frequency that cause some influence. I confirm that the scientists at the present time, they recognize about the disturbance of the energy that may cause some problem, but they only mention it in the field of science. They may be correct. Yesterday, I had explained to you, just as the scientists had recognized, or the medical doctors had present, as this student had just explained. So I want to solve these situations. I help the case of people with handicaps. So I have a formula, special formula in the level 18 and higher. You are able to solve this problem. Just like yesterday, I mentioned to you, a person who is bedridden for 12 years, only 28 kilograms, only 12 years of age, very skinny. But after 2 weeks, a student from America who come to Vietnam to treat for 2 weeks, that person who can walk and send a photograph to me, I saw the bone, and that person is stronger and can stand up.
Everybody mute, please. Everybody mute, please. Turkey. Okay, thank you.
Now let me explain further for you. You will be able to apply universal energy infinitely, that you are able to meet the demands to help the case of the children with handicaps or the adults with handicap, not just only the children. Therefore, as we have the higher formula, we are able to help faster. However, when you learn level 18, then you focus to help your own children. Each day, you transfer energy to treat them. You use the organs, especially the handicap organs, to transfer energy, and you give them the UE garlic water, and also you merge with them. Then I hope you are able to solve, to help to stabilize the energy in the body of the person, and they can recover from the problem with handicaps. I have solved many cases. I do not want to say that they can regain 100%, but at least we are able to help them 90-95%. That is beyond the imagination of the people in medicine. That is my wish 10 years ago. I have seen, I want to help so that we have less people on a wheelchair or handicap. 10 years later, I have many special formula that the deities reveal to me, so I can teach many of you in the higher levels. You are able to meet the demand to solve the problem for the adults or the children with handicaps. That is because of the imbalance of the energy inside the body. So now, as you know about the imbalance of the energy inside the body, slowly you are able to help to stabilize the energy to regain the balance inside the body. So this student, you can rest assured, you try your best. For the next 2 days, you learn the level 18. I will explain for you the technique of level 18. It's very long. So you understand clearly everything in the 3 days of the level 18. So you have the chance to go back home to help your family, to help your family members, and to help those you are able to solve the difficult problem. That is how you are able to use many dimensions from outer space to meet the demands in the three-dimensional world with the deadlock. On that first part, I answered for you. On the second part, when you travel out to space, that is your soul and your body travel out to space. Why? So in the future, your body and your soul, you can travel here and there to help the disaster area where they have the problem. And your body, you think you are not learning, but in fact you are learning. You learn whatever you do not know. Remember, I have to say it clearly. With everything that you already know, you don't have to learn. Whatever you do not know, meaning from outer space, with this heavy body you are not able to grasp. Therefore, your soul receives everything. Then it can help your body. So for that reason, each level, when you go through the change of the souls in the higher level, so that this soul can connect to my soul and to the soul of the deities to remind your body, then your body can regain the wisdom. You think that you don't know, but in fact you know everything. That is through your creativity, with everything that you do not know, and then through your creativity that you have. That is from the deities, from your soul who reveal to you. That is, your body and your soul can travel out to space and bring this information. The purpose I teach you, your body can travel out to space, so you are able to merge individually or collectively with others, or you can travel here and there to help in this three-dimensional world on Earth with the deadlocks. If you are sitting right here, how can you help people? How you are able to merge to help the living? How you are able to merge to help the dead people, to revive them? There are many cases that I teach you, and you can do it. You see the result immediately. It doesn't mean that I teach you that you have to apply and you wait for 1 or 5 years later. When you learn, you do it, you see the result immediately. That is the change to the new human, to be appropriate to the new changes in the new world, in Earth, so that going through the transition without any damage or casualty, so all the people will have peace, just like us. That is the purpose of the teaching of UE that we established for the past 18 years. Now, as you know, when you are preparing, when you're practicing, as your body is preparing to transform into energy, as your body is very weight, the weight is very heavy, so you just practice for 5 minutes. Let's say you are sitting to practice, you close your eye to practice, you pray for 1 or 2 minutes, and suddenly 5 minutes later you lose all the sensation. How come? Because your body, this physical body, you still have this physical body, then you still have the sensation. If the body is gone, then you don't have any more sensation. You travel so you can learn. A number of you who said, because you are in a deep sleep, in deep sleep it is different. When you're practicing, it's different. When you're lying down, you sleep, it is different. But now you are just practicing for 5 minutes, and your body going through the changes. The heart is beating fast. You don't have to practice the heartbeat. Your body feel the vibration. Your whole body, with a lot of energy, you feel hot. Your body cannot endure it, and it has a strong vibration. A few minutes later, suddenly you lose all the sensation. That is the time you are preparing to go. Just like, for example, Just like I explained for you, as the aircraft is about to take off, before taking off, it has to increase the speed in order to take off. If the aircraft is going at a slow speed, how can it take off? So for us, as a symptoms to determine for you, as your body is about to travel out to space, just like your soul, as it can travel out to learn, to evolve. I explained for you yesterday as well as today. You have to prepare when you learn the high levels, meaning the level 19 and higher. So you can choose a body that is appropriate for you, so you can contribute to help people. Yesterday as well as today, I present to you the deities, and that's so they're far away, they merge to you. And the deities do not reveal, so you do not need to advertise, because if you tell them your identity, they may kill you. If they believe that there is a deity who in you, they may harm you. Therefore, the deities hide your identity. The identity of Master Living Dang is being hidden by the deities. Each time in the recent years, if they do not arrest me, they investigate, they see that Master Dang is not like other masters, so they do not. And each time when they see that I have the ability, they are about to take me away, then they see that I'm not deserving. So it is being hidden. I do not need to boast to you, because I'm your master, I don't need to boast. But with my identity, if the deity do not hide, then 10 years ago I would die. There's one religion I don't want to say. They send the people to look for their religious leader, but my identity would seem to be similar to that religious leader, 70% similar. If I'm similar like 90%, then they would take me away to be their religious leader. That is why it is hidden, my identity. Otherwise, 10 years ago, I would disappear. Meaning that you would not be able to see me, you would not be able to meet me directly or indirectly. They keep me for themselves. So that is in the past. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Now I want to explain for you. When you can transform into energy, when you have the ability to contribute to help mankind, that your identity is being hidden. As I know, the high soul from one planet or another who come here to merge into your body, this soul, they know everything. They just come to contribute in the three-dimensional world, that this high being, they are in a combined dimension. They have all the dimensions. They exist everywhere. So now I give you example. Master Dang right here. I have many souls, the combined soul that can help the body of Master Living Dang through the past 18 years of teaching. You can see clearly. How come I can teach UE and you ask about your family problem and you ask about your own field of expertise? I'm not in this field of expertise. How come I can answer clearly for you? So you're able to use based on my answer and experience I gave to you, so you can apply, and you're able to help in your own field of expertise, to help your own religion and to improve. And it is not my own religion. That is a fact. In the past 18 years of my teaching, if I have it, then I want to train you, so you have, just like Master Dang, it doesn't mean that Master Dang have it and you don't. Therefore, yesterday, as you asked, a student had asked, how can you practice to be better than me? If you can, I'm glad. If the student already excel better than me, many of them, I'm very glad. It's not that I see that and I feel discouraged or I hate them because the student is better than me. I'm more glad when the student is better than me. Why? So they can take more job for me, less job for me. They can take many of the burden for me, because I have a lot of work. If they are better than me, then they can take more work to help me. Then I'm glad and I thank them. Now go on. Next question.
Spain.
Jonas, can we make another question then?
Yeah. You have one more.
Okay. I have the question right here. The question from the student is, Dear Master, how can we know if the deities transmits us something, or if it's just ourselves, is what we believe? The question is that how can we know that the deities transmit us something, or it's just our belief? How can we experiment? The other question is, each soul can only be in one body at a time, or can a soul share different bodies at the same time? Can the energy of the soul be divided? Is it divisible? Another question, when a soul, after it leaves the body, does it take also the memories that this body had? Why do some people suffer so much when they die and others just don't suffer at all? Master, can you please tell us how many dimensions are there? Thank you, Master.
Now, you need to remember all of anything that you do not know, information that you never realize. Suddenly after you practice and suddenly you realize it, then that is indirectly that you thought it is the creativity of your own mind. But in fact, when you practice, your body can transform into energy to travel out to space, and 5-10 minutes or half an hour later, suddenly you know something. That is something you have never known before. That is the deities who reveal to you with something that you already know that is not. Always, the deities teach you is very fast, very quick, to open your mind by revealing something that you never know, and that belongs to the deities, not your own. It is so simple in that way. If you realize that, then you have to thank the deities who reveal to you, give you the means for you to learn, because it's not yours, because you do not know. Then for sure, that is from the deities. I explained for you on that part, on the first question. Your soul from the level 18 down. All of the new soul enter, many other souls were right close to your body, ready. So supposedly there's an accident, they would come and block you, help you. Let's say you are driving and you lose the control, or maybe the car may be in an accident. This soul will help you to save your life. The car may be damaged, but they save your life. I have many students in Europe, the husband and the wife with 2 kids and driving on the freeway and driving on the hill, and you know what happened? And below about 80 to 100 meters, the car is rolling down the hill. Many people from the freeway, they stop, they walk down. They thought they're going to bring out the 4 bodies, or dead body of the husband, the wife, and the 2 kids. But you know what happened? That student, also a high-level student, at that moment, they just call out, "Master, save me," and then they lost consciousness. They just say, "Master, save me," and they could not even remember the name Master Dang. In the mind, only say, "Master." And the car rolled down 100 meters. The car is totally crashed. But the couple walk out with the children with only a minor injury. They walk out. There are so many cars that stop to try to save, but they don't have any injury. Only the kids with only a minor bruise on the shoulder, and that's all. This is a real incident in Europe. There are many other cases, but the case I know very clearly, and I explain to you. That is the deities who support us to protect our physical body, to be safe, to have health. Why? So that you can continue your journey to learn, to help other people. That is how I explain for you. They are always close to you, just like in my case. When I merge with you, so you can practice to travel out to space, my soul is right close to your hair. I don't do anything. I let you do it, whatever you do, with your own freedom of choice. When you say, Master Dang, or you say, Master, save me, help me, in a split of a second, not even 1 second, I merge to your soul and help your body and your soul. That is how I want to share with you. In the case of the first question, for that reason, my soul can merge with you, and you can merge to others similarly. I let you merge for 30 seconds. In level 18, I just want to share with you, but I only need you to merge to another soul only 1 second, not even 30 seconds. But because when you enter, you leave, and that is the effect. Because the soul travel equal or faster than the speed of light, it doesn't mean that you are so free and you can merge to that person 30 seconds or a minute. Only a split of a second, 1 second. Eventually, in a high level, I just learn, and I'm prepared to teach you. Those who are in the level 19, you are about to learn level 20. As I'm still learning, I've been learning for the past few weeks, so that next month I can teach you. Because if I don't learn, I don't know how to teach you, because I already learned. I continue to learn. And as I mentioned to you, for the past 2 weeks, as I learned, the deities tell me to do it. Master Dang, I learned from the deities. I'm still puzzling. I'm also just clear just this week. The formula I taught you is totally different. As I learn, I keep on confused. Sometimes I do it right and do it wrong. And for the past 2 weeks, it took me 2 weeks to really grasp and understand. So that's why I have to learn from you, so I can teach you. And only this week, on this Monday, then I would clearly understand the lesson. I'm still learning, just like you. I'm also confused. I teach you, I'm very clear. But at night, when I learn, I get confused. He tells me to do this and do that. I get confused. Whatever God taught me doesn't mean that I'm clear. But now it is clear for me. So I'm preparing to teach you in the level 19, not this class. Now, as you use your energy from your soul, you cannot do it. How come? As I mentioned to you, eventually you learn to the high level, you can merge collectively to millions of people. To come and leave in 1 second. Only in that way you can merge in one time 1 million or 1 billion people. That I explained for you. For the whole region with 100,000 people, if it is needed, you can merge to 100,000 people easily without any problem. The lesson I already learned, I already did it. So now it is your turn to learn. In the next few levels, I will teach you. You can. My soul, I'm fortunate that in the future, your soul will be also fortunate on earth. As you can see, on this earth we are so small. We can see the earth is so big. But in fact, the scientists have researched, there are 200,000 billion, all the planets, just like Earth. The galaxies, the stars, there are so many out in space that the scientists mentioned that there are 200 billion of this planet. So comparing to this Earth, perhaps the Earth would be equal or maybe smaller than a grain of sand in the desert. And this earth will symbolize just like one of the smallest cells inside the body. It is not so big. So we are so small, we see the earth is so big, but comparing to the infinite universe, so the earth would be just like one of the cells in the body. You can see that. That is how I want to share with you. And eventually my soul is fortunate that this earth may be big, but my energy can cover the whole earth. All of the living creatures, all of the living human, all of the animated bodies I can merge. It doesn't mean that I have the ability, but the deities have given to me the mission to help in this three-dimensional world with the deadlock in this earth. That is my mission, to help all of the soul on this earth. When they need life, living creatures, the humans, I can help. The living, I can help. Also the dead, I can also help. And similarly for you, you help the dead already. The living, you did not merge, but the soul of the dead, you are able to help them to evolve already. When you have the chakra open 100% in the level 3, I explained for you on that part. Therefore, do not think that you are not able to travel. You are able to, but you need to learn. You are able to, you have to practice, like Master Dang here. I have been learning for 2 weeks to be able to understand. I have learned for 34 years, and the deities taught me I have to learn a new lesson. It took me 2 weeks to grasp, because I have learned through for you, so that I understand, I can teach you. As I understand, I do not write it on a paper, so even Teresa would not know it. So in the past, Teresa said, each time when I teach a high level, she asked how come I don't prepare the notes, because everything contained in my head. I store in the archive in my brain. When there is a class, I teach, I give you everything, and when you ask, and I answer for you. Within the subject or outside the scope of the class, you ask high or low, I answer for you. You can ask outside the scope of the class, I can answer for you. I want to train you to be just like me. That is, many souls who enter one body to merge, to help other people. In the lower levels, in the past, I did not teach a high level. As you know, the student who asks any subject and the soul responsible for that region will merge into the body of Master Lemingtang to give the answer, regardless of any religion all over the world, all of the field in the world. Whoever the best, for example, when they die, they would merge and to give the answer for you, so you can learn. You thought that it's Master Dang who gives the answer. Perhaps it is Master Dang. They thought that Master Dang knows everything because they see through the mouth of Master Dang who gave out the information. But the energy is not from Master Dang, the energy is from others, from the being who are responsible to give the answer. And I also learn from that. I don't hide anything. Whatever I learn, I teach you. I don't hide anything because it's not mine. If not mine, then why should I hide? If it is mine, I do not know what to keep. So it belongs to the deities. How can I keep? This is, I share with you the experience, so you are able to learn and progress. Do not say that, oh my God, Master Dang is so good. Master Dang had the support from the deities, so in the future, the deities will support you, so you can apply to contribute to help other people, to help the communities. That is the reason one body with many souls. That is the way that I explained for you. There's another body with many souls in the morning, in one way, in the afternoon, because there are different souls who enter and exit. In the morning they may be happy and then or feel sad and then change to happy. I live the life in many in the spiritual world. I have seen many cases that include in my case. In the past, in the morning I'm one way, and in the afternoon I'm one way. I say that in the past, the moment I say like this, and then later on they say no matter how they say it is always wrong. I keep on yelling at them, even though you're saying it right, and I keep on changing, and you are wrong, and even if I say wrong, and then no matter how you say it, that is one of the cases, one body with many souls. And in the teaching of Iwi, there are many cases like that. So I hope that you learn to the level 19, so all this soul can live, so the body would be better. So now they're still around because they are not able to solve the emotional with sadness, anger, temperament. So beside your soul, there are a combined souls around you that are helping you, not harming you. As you learn, I teach you everything, so you listen, so you can prepare to change to another soul. Now, as you know, through the cycle of evolution, as I know, I mentioned about all the living creatures, when they come the humans, then the memories from all of the previous life form, they continue as they continue on the journey, as the soul continues to help the body to improve. That is the soul from the lower life form to become the human in the evolution of cycle. For me, for my soul, and for yours, at the present time, listen carefully. But in the past, we don't want to talk about it. I'm talking about the present. God had chosen your body and my body and our bodies to send the soul down here to merge, to help to contribute to humankind. 85% of you, the 25% of you, you are very fortunate. You recognize that God had chosen you, and this body know to accept, to sacrifice. Then everything would be peaceful, regardless whether my family members, if they go the wrong way, then I have to abandon them. Supposedly, my cousin now would be very good, following me for a long time. Many of you who know, that is my close relative with the high academic level, also learned in UE, and also an excellent teacher. But because of the greed and also the selfish ego, then the deities would cut the link between me and that person. I cannot do anything. 3 times, not just 1 time. The 3rd time I cannot save. That is the truth I want to share with you. It is not to say that it is my family members, I have tolerance, then I can cover for them. No. I want to cover and to help them, but the deities would stop and cut off the connection, so I cannot do anything. I have the ability with this, within my limitation. I cannot go beyond the ability of the deities. That is the reason I want to share with you the truth about my life, as well as all of the souls who are fortunate, the body are fortunate that are chosen by God. Then we need to gladly and thank the deities so that we can try our best to act to help people. That is a good thing for us at the present time. Also, the blessing that you receive, that is for your children and grandchildren. Now, how come some people die in suffering and some people die peacefully? You know, when they have a peaceful death, because you are so used to that energy frequency, then you can just close your eye peacefully. But if your body has a lot of stress because of these negative frequencies, there are so many souls that are trying to take away your soul. These are the souls in the spiritual world. That's why you are not at peace. If you have the ability, you know how, then this person can be at peace and the body is lighter, because you are adapting to that energy from outer space. My point here is, from a scientific perspective, when you mention that these people have influence from the energy, from a spiritual aspect, as your soul, you don't have the ability. In the case when you saw the wandering soul that come to take you away, you are afraid, you are frightened. Whether you are frightened or not, you are not able to leave. And because of your fear, that's why it caused you to yell. And then even at the end, you have to leave, depart. You have to follow all of this soul, and this body will be dead and either go through burial or cremation. That's how I explain for you. Sometimes some people die peacefully, and some they die in a suffering way. In the universe, how can you calculate? As the scientists, as I mentioned to you, the research, I don't know how they base the research out in this, beyond this planet. We have 200,000 billion planets. In our brain we have 14 billion nerve cells. How do they calculate? They only estimate. So they cannot measure because with the energy and the air, there's no way for them to measure. Who can measure? It is them that give the estimation. How can you measure the air? And if you try only in the Sahara Desert, when you can count all the grain of sand in the Sahara Desert, then you are able to measure the energy, then you're able to measure the frequencies. For that reason, in a simpler way, from high to low, so you can understand. In the past, as I teach you in level 7 special, I'm talking about the combined frequencies, and when you learn to the higher level, then in beyond the three-dimensional world, we have the combined dimension from outer space that you are able to apply this dimension out in space in order to meet the demands to help this three-dimensional world with the deadlocks on Earth. That is how I explain for you. If in a normal sense, with your body to travel out, you would die. You would die immediately. In that case, you just make a promise to help those with the black magic. Only making a promise to help, then this sorcerer will send this wandering soul to kill you. You can die instantly. Recently in my country, there's one of the sad story. Someone who had a program to excavate 8 burial ground, 8 coffin. And they asked one of the masters to come to do the rituals to help the soul to liberate, to reincarnate. But you know what happened? That person, that monk, he said that he can help to pray, but after he prayed and he know he would die. And in fact, after he performed the ritual for this 8 person, 8 soul from this 8 coffin, and they brought the soul of that monk, so he died. So one other person who is influential in scientific, who also steal many of these relics, valuable relics from this coffin, and that person also died. So my student had asked, what can we do? So I have taught the student in the level 18, just like for you. So I mentioned they have to go home to do this and do that to help these souls, so that that region will be at peace. That is how I share with you, so you know. So this means you are able to learn and progress. Next question.
Turkey, get ready.
Sadece şey yeterli değil, doğru cenaze, doğru tabut vesaire yeterli değil. Türkiye'de soru var mı?
Yes, we can hear you.
Evet. Okay, it's coming.
Special aşamasından beridir öğreniyoruz ki bu cennet ve cehennem alanları ve kıyamet günü konusunda. Ancak tabii şimdi Müslümanlık ya da kıyamet yaptı ki kıyamet gününe inanmayı. Her ne kadar hani biz Allah'ın insanlar için iyilikler yaptığını ve cehennemin olmadığını bu öğütlerde görsek dahi kitapta çok ciddi yazdığı için kafamda bazen gidip gelmeler oluyor. Tabii bu master bizi biraz daha aydınlatabilir mi? Bir de bu evrene çıkarken, evrene çıkma alıştırmasını yaparken başım bazen çok ağrıdı. Hani o ağrı yeteri kadar konsantrasyon olmamı bazen engelliyor. Bu ağrıyı nasıl daha bertaraf edebiliriz?
Okay. Neydi çıkış? İngilizce ne tabir ediyoruz? Evet. Okay. The question of the student here is about all. Master is telling us since level 7 and level 7 special about hell and heaven. In the Quran, in our book, in our religious book, hell and heaven are described very precisely. And therefore, especially the Muslim students, not only in Turkey, I guess, but also in other Muslim countries, sometimes have difficulties to understand or to accept what Master is telling us. Therefore, I want to ask Master to explain a little bit further about this problem of ours, about this problem of understanding of the Muslim, or about this problem of accepting about hell and heaven. And about the end day, about the judgment day especially. By the judgment day, he means the last day when God is going to decide about the souls, what to happen with them. Are they going to be praised, or are they going to be punished in a way? And because it is very exactly described in the Quran, he again wants to express it. We may have some problems every now and then. His second question is about the exercise, about the travel to the outer space. Şeyle ilgili neydi? When he did the exercise yesterday, he felt a little pain in his head. Is that normal, or is it going? Is he going to get adapted to that pain? Can Master tell us anything about the pain he is feeling in his head when he's doing the exercise, the exercise to travel to space, to outer space? Thank you.
Dạ xin hết thưa thầy. Now you listen carefully. I explain for you. Don't ask. When you are in level 7 special, your soul did not go through a lot of changes. But when you go to the high levels, as you go through many changes, but whether you are in level 7 or in the higher levels, I explain for you clearly so you know about the concept of heaven and hell. According to the Quran or the scripture, I do not know whether they're right or wrong, but where is hell? Where is heaven? I still remember very clearly when I taught you in level 7 special, heaven, it is right in your dinner table, in your home. Hell is also right in your home. How come I say like that? And I explain for you. The couple, you are working and with your 2 kids, each evening when after work and the kid get home from school, and everybody is in harmony, the children and the kids, and with you all share together in happiness, in harmony, and you have the joy. In that joy, when you are eating dinner, that is heaven right on earth, right in your home, at that time in your dinner table. Is that right? That is your happiness. That is the heaven in your own family. It's not the heaven that is far away. And another family, just like in your, also the 2 couple with the kids, before you eat, the husband fight with the wife, and you fight with the children, and disruption before you even eat, and you fight with each other, and where everybody is injured, and all the food is falling down, and then that is hell right there in your dinner table. I explain in a very simple way. Hell, it is you. Heaven, it is you. You think about it. Is it right or not? It is you who create hell. It is you who create the heaven. If you are happy, you bring the light of joy to yourself, then God is close to you. If you cause chaos, hatred, division, then hell is right there, close to you. If nobody who do it, it's you, nobody else. It is you who create it. that you cause disruption in your family, you cause hatred in your family, that is hell. Then how can you have heaven when you have disruption and unhappiness without joy? Then you cannot have the heaven. The heaven meaning the light, joy, happiness. I still remember very clearly in level 7 special, I explained for you like that. Now, yesterday as well as today, I mentioned to you who are the deities. Is it the human? The human after death, then we praise them as a deity, a high being. There's no deities, invisible one. They're all from the invisible world. The three dominant one, Muhammad, Jesus Christ, and Buddha, they were all humans after death. With their contribution, then we worship them as the deities, as a divine being, as a religious leader because of their contribution. As they leave us the means for the followers to learn and progress, then for sure they are religious leaders. How come they have out of millions and billions of people, but only a few of them, they are being praised by billions of people? Then for sure they are doing something beneficial for others, that they are the religious leaders. The Quran is not wrong, and I'm not wrong in saying that. I want to prove to you like this. So, come back to the point. From the Catholic doctrine, after death you go to heaven if you don't have sin. If you have sin, then you'll be in hell. Where is hell? Go to the heaven, then how come you keep on praying for them? If they go to hell, then how come the priest can pray for them? Similarly, for the Buddhist doctrine, after death, they give the money to do the ritual, praying ritual, 49 days, so they can go to nirvana, but they can still keep their name in the temple to continue to pray. And every year they have to burn the money, do the ritual to help the soul. Do these people benefit from this? No. But you have to go through the same rituals. That is because of tradition, culture, and religion from the Buddhist doctrine, they are so used to it. So they have to carry out just like that. However, in my country, they do it with the right day, but when they go abroad, they have to abandon it, including even if the ritual, the date is on the weekday, they have to move it to the weekday and weekend. They have to choose on Saturday or Sunday to be able to do it. That is according to the human society. You can see, even if they don't want to change, they have to change to be appropriate with the progress of the human race. If you keep on like this and you keep the exact ritual day, then you can just do it yourself, and your family members, they have to go to work. So in Vietnam, similarly, on the exact date, they have to do it on according to the culture and tradition. They have to do it with the right ritual day. Due to the culture, they have to do it on the right date. But they have to change, they'll be more appropriate. So whether you have sin or not, because when you pray to the deities, you pray to confess with all of your error, with all your mistake, to ask for forgiveness. But to forgive for you, the deities, they forgive you. But do you do it again or not? Intentionally or unintentionally, you continue to do it again. Then you see whether you have sinned or not. But to the deities, when you come to pray to the deities clear everything for you. The deities symbolize love and compassion. Even if you have sinned, they help you. And before you come to them, it is so difficult. It's not so easy to come close to them. Because before you come to them, to the deities, when you come to pray, you have to go through so many gates. These are the ones who are controlling you to see if you are capable, you have the wisdom to be able to come to see the religious leaders. By the time you come to see, then you are forgiven because you don't have any more sin. By the time you were trained through all of the lower levels, by the time you reach and you come to see the religious leaders, then you are forgiven. That is the secret of the invisible being, the secret of the deities, the secret of these religious leaders. Now, in the past, you don't see Master Dang in Thailand, only Master Dang in the flesh right here. My student from Vietnam to come to Thailand to learn, who thought that the Vietnamese can see the Master in Vietnamese. Vietnamese for sure they cannot see. When I was in America, when I go to Europe to teach, the student in America who thought that they can go to Europe to see the Master easily, they cannot. It is not that they cause difficulties, but there are thousands of you to come to see the Master. For sure I cannot, so that's why they block me. You can just stay out there and you wave to me. Sometimes I walk on the front door, I have to go to the back door to hide from you. So nobody can greet me. In Thailand, as you know, when I taught in Thailand, they don't have the back door. When I go to the front door, when I walk down, on both sides they have a lot of people, the security, because a lot of people who come, that may cause injury because of a lot of students who want to see me. So I explain for you, whether you have sinned or not, it is you who make it. Do not blame anyone. Culture, tradition, family, society, that cause problem, that cause you to have sin. Heaven is in your home, and nirvana is also in your home. Hell is also in your home. That is the most practical one. I do not want to say further. I do not want to say science or spirituality. I'm just saying to you in practical, between your family life. If you have joy, that is heaven. If you have chaos or fighting or disruption, then that will be hell. The Quran, I don't know how it is written, but I teach you in very practical one. So do not say that you have sinned. I explained for you already. In the human world, everyone will have sinned. But then they do one sin, but they do 10 merits. Do you know this? No. As mentioned about the morality, when you talk about morality, it is maybe appropriate in one time in history. It is not appropriate in other time. It's not may not be appropriate in other country or all the people in the world. Sometimes one side you forbid, but the other side they allowed. Or sometimes over here they allow, and over there you forbid. So both of you are right. You go to the front line to fight the war. One side die as a hero. The other side, when they kill the people, they also being praised as a hero. When you go to the war, both sides they fight each other. Over here, and you shoot over there, they are wounded, and over there they are being praised by the other. Over here they die. So both sides, they are both murderers, and they are still being praised as heroes. They may be commit a sin to another country, because over here they are praised because they are killing the people on the other side. So especially the Chinese, with more than 1.3 billion people, and that is one of the general. Whenever you see that he beheaded many of the enemy, so the Chinese worship him. So now they call him just like a saint. In the East, they call them just like a Buddha, but in the past he was a general who killed people. But now he become a Buddha, kill people, a murderer now become a Buddha, and over here they kill a lot of people, and over here they also praise. So you know who's right and who's wrong, who have sinned and who's not. So where's hell, where's heaven? To protect a country, to kill people and sacrifice to die. So who have sinned? Who go to hell? Who go to the heaven? The one who murder a lot of people now become a Buddha. In the Chinese, they call him as a saint. In the Buddhists, they call him now. They call him now as a Buddha. And that was one of the Chinese general. It was written clearly in the history. In China, praise him as a saint. In the Buddhists, they call him like a Buddha. My God, I see that now I do not know how to judge on this. So who have sinned? Who can go to heaven and who can go to hell? On both sides they praise. The one who murder people and also the people who die sacrifice, they also praise. The book, do they write? Do they have this part? You have never seen the answer just like the answer for Master Dang? No, because nobody recorded, nobody write this. Only Master Dang who revealed this to you. Now, from your position, if you are on both sides, so which side can go to heaven, which side go to hell? Both sides they contribute. One, they sacrifice their life for the country. The other side, they contribute for the country. Both they have the medal. And if they have the contribution, they don't have the sin. If they have the contribution, how come one to go to the heaven and the other will condemn to hell? That is the Chinese in the past. That is the history in China. By touching the hand after wedding, if that person is blind or even handicapped, you still have to marry one husband with one wife. You cannot, after death, if the husband is dead, if the wife is young, she cannot remarry. That is the culture of China in the past. Vietnamese, they also try to do the same. Until now, one of the girls have 8 boyfriends, or a man have 8 wives. That is a way to retaliate because of the strict law in the past. So now the children and grandchildren, they try to rebel against these strict laws. So now in case of sin or not, nobody would know. The one who knows, that is the invisible one, not the visible one. If the visible one, the law in Australia, it is very fair. But there are so many cases that people was innocent but was in jail for 8 years. And it is an innocent person and was in jail for 8 years. And after the evidence and the person is released, but at least that person served 7 or 8 years in jail already. So from a point of view of law, so this person has still or not. In the past, they condemned with the criminal, but afterwards, now it is clear. Suppose they would sin and you go to hell now. It is clear. Can this person go to heaven or not? I'll show you one story. This story about 12 years ago. At that moment, I was still in America. My student, also a Catholic, who asked me, how come in the case of canonization of 179 saints, of the Vietnamese saints, that according to the Bible mentioned that if you have sinned, you go to hell. If you don't have sin, then you go to heaven. And now in the case of canonization, that if this person have sinned, then how can you worship them as a saint? Or if they do not have sin, then they go to heaven. So the canonization would be like you are demoting them, as the student had asked. Do not sell the videotape of the canonization anymore, because if they have sinned, they go to hell. So how can you call a saint? If they don't have sin, they go right to God. By canonizing them as a saint, you are demoting them, because the saint is not equal to Jesus or God. So now, this is now they have sin or not. As today you ask, I explain for you. This is the experience. As I share with you. In the case of the Quran, you need to study further, read it carefully to see what is more appropriate than you apply. I do not know much, but depending on what is appropriate, as I update for you, so you can read the Quran again. You read with the energy, you read with the unbiased mind, so you are able to learn, so you can progress. Listen carefully. You read by the energy. You read with the unbiased mind, so that you can use that as the means for you to learn, to progress. Listen carefully. I say it's not more or less. It's just sufficient for you to learn, to grasp. Today I give you my opinion and elaborate for you, and it's up to you to learn and research. That is my opinion for you. Then to prepare by the end of the level 16 later on, you and me will have a chance to practice to travel out to space. To prepare for tomorrow, you start to learn level 17. Now I explain for you some of the symptoms on your body as your heavy body, as you feel the pain on your head, you continue to practice. Or when you have the pain on your head, you pray to the soul master Dang to help your soul, to help your body, so that your practice to travel out to space. When you continue with your practice, or when you pray to the soul master Dang to help you, and suddenly you lose all the sensation, you don't feel the pain on your head anymore. Why? That is all of your pain, your body totally, you lose all the sensation. That is, you transform into energy to travel out to space, whether it is for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, it is sufficient. You're successful with your practice. Your body has transformed into energy to combine with your soul to travel out to space to learn. So you listen carefully. So now, I let you get ready. So all of you settle in so we all can practice to travel out to space. So now you need to get ready and inform us. Now begin. Now all close your eyes and begin. Now it is finished. It is finished.